Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing today? There we go. That should be no more echo. All right. Hi. We're here. Today, we're sculpting. So I have a bunch of models that we want to kind of update and get ready for the shop. So I am going to be working on a bunch of models and obviously taking any questions anyone has. Hey Eric, how we doing? Oh, there's Henry. Henry, are all these the same model? All these have been beads. The first three selected beads. No, I'm not. Are you not in chat? Hey Waltino, how are we doing? Oh, I am now connected for chat. Henry, if you can get in there. Oh yeah, I didn't get to see. Forgot about Paul's thing.
Hey,
Is that tomorrow?
the other chat room.
I know that they had the NAB today. Hey, old man, how you doing? Guess we lost Henry.
I'm right here. Can't hear me?
I don't know these things. So hopefully we did a little work on our connection stuff. I'm hoping that it should help. Is everyone, the screen should be much cleaner now. We had something set oddly. Oh, Henry's trying.
Check.
to.
Check.
Okay, try that, Henry.
Okay.
No. Oh. Setting it.
They can hear me on stream. Hi, everybody. He can't hear me.
Do I need to put that on my headphones?
Yes. Yes.
Try that. Did that solve the problem? Can you? Oh. What am I doing? Let me see if I know. Every one of my streams starts out watching Tomas try to figure out how to learn to use. Or do I have to? Switch it in Discord. Okay. Okay. Say something. Hey, there we go. All right. And so that's coming through as the desktop audio? How come it's not? So I have to Oh, you can? Okay, well, great. Hallelujah. Woo, look at that. We figured out how. One more thing to use Discord on. Okay, so today we're going to go through some models that we're trying to update and prepare for printing and casting. And but these last three models have all been beads. They've all been the same. Every single one of these has just been same edition of. These are all just the. Did we want beads? Is that what we're working? That we wanted? Okay, so far all of these have beads. Actually, files for Tomas 7/14/16. Oh, okay. So I'm not in the right folder. Oh, we have to do this. Everybody in the world knows competent ding dong. You know, I don't know if this is helping my business any. Because it's like, they're like, oh my god, he's an absolute goofus. Okay, so what folder am I looking at? Oh, okay. And then folder that. Okay. Oh, so some of these. Yeah. Boop. So to all those viewers, hi guys. Oh look, we lost half our viewership. Yeah, stick with it, man. Really? The attention span of a gnat. No wonder. No, I don't know if I have the. I can't just. This isn't a folder that I have synced. If that makes. Is this the green man from the video? The video assets? Okay. um, to all those wonderful people out there. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, guys. Well, I mean, we can do questions and all that stuff. But it's not. I mean, it's not going to be critique night, if that's right. I believe that's the. I've been trying to break it up just because it's better if we break it up a little. Did you turn these into ZTLs, or am I just randomly picking the ZTL in a whole folder of CPR? Just Aztec and Cholo, and because I have. Yeah, my. Right, I'm asking, did you convert them, or am I bringing? We don't know which ones these are, so we're just bringing everything. Are they dated? Okay. Well, we'll start with the ZTLs and see. That'll be easier. We'll probably. Where'd you go? Because I definitely want in our version. No, cast the insets cast separately, and we solder. I mean, why not? Jam it up in there. So it's not a gallery. So it's just a, sort of like the scenes. Because I want their names in them, you know. The names? Uh, they will be in one of the earlier ZPRs, probably. Only because we didn't run with the names initially. Okay, so now hmm? Oh, I see. It's sitting here waiting for me to say. All right. No comments from you. I see you, you old man, judging. Stop judging me. Are those the same? Two two five five four. Oh, this is probably every time I do this, storing them. My favorite thing. I love that. Dropbox. The devil. Well, Dropbox. People are chat. People are. It'll be one of those nights where I talk like every second. Aren't you excited though? Look at that. I have dropped 0 frames. Staggeringly. 18. You're not as think as you dumb I am. You, on the other hand. Okay. Okay. We go to subtool master, multi-append, and we want Open. No. You know, what's funny is that this is the. Mhm. No, but in the assets for that, in the assets, the downloads for character rings, it's in there. It's in there. That's what I'm. Because I've already updated this a lot, so there's no point in redoing. Keep you. Now, come here. We're the append. Come down to. Open. What do you mean? And I thought you. Well, okay, that just means that I need to go back and find. But if you go into my folder for assets for that class, you know what I mean? Open that ZPR, and that should have it. Going on. Oh. I promise we'll start sculpting here soon, guys. This is a big part of ZBrush. Learning to find where you save things. All right, let's go to here. Multi-append. Downloads. No map. Boop, 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 boop. All right. We didn't kill everything. I think we did it. Oh, I have lots of skulls. You haven't seen my skulls? Well known for me. Went into making skull ring. And then I could just never get anyone to produce them. And then we went to Green Lake and started ink metal. And that's where rings go. There we go. All right. Let's work on something I even looked at in a while. So we have this guy, and then we have seen the I don't think this one ever got produced. Look at that, it's still solid. That's how old this piece is. Isn't that crazy? Honestly, it's not bad. I mean, I guess I could do something with the background, separate the skull from its background. Yeah, I think we should work on it. I think it's in worse shape. Yeah. Okay. So let's append it to a new thing. So killing ours. Gosh, man. I like how, isn't it interesting that all of these models that are this old are on a different center point? None of these ever come in center. It just goes to yeah, but I mean, even old ZTLs and ZPRs come in off center. It's weird. All right, so let's go to our front view and let's. I normally work on rings top view. All right. Okay, so first thing we need to do, duplicate. And if anyone has any questions, ask. And we will be happy to approach answering those questions. Look at this, that's solid too. For those of you who don't know, I stopped making solid rings quite a while ago just because of the weight and cost. When I was making these rings, I think silver was probably maybe $9-10, where now it's like 28, so it's dramatically different. So see this right here, see how the back of this is solid? I'm pretty sure one of the is not. Yeah, here we go. And so this ring is the new or is a new version of the sugar skull. And you can see how it has this, it's kind of carved out and have these vignettes on the inside of them. So these are newer rings, because once I discovered I could do this on the inside of them, I started doing these were my first adventure into making them hollow the no masks. And you can see like this ring isn't, this ring is solid, right? Or they have solid backs. And the green man doesn't. Oh wow, that didn't project well. Oh, because I was probably using this for rendering, so I didn't care what the I made this for a friend of mine who is sort of, he was going to he was hanging out with a lot of sort of Wiccan hippie sort of gals, and I always joked with him saying that the only reason he learned to play the guitar was to get girls to drop their panties. So you can see there's your little Wiccan thing, and see the skeleton has. And then there was Stonehenge over here, but it really reminded me of. Have you seen? Oh, help me here. Just had it in my head and I just forgot it. Burn it up to 11. Spinal Tap. Jesus. Where they had the little itty bitty, Stonehenge. So I always joked with him. I was like, you don't know if that's just a Stonehenge fire pit or if that's Stonehenge in the background. Except there are no mountains behind Stonehenge. So. All right. What do we have? Do you have any tips for sizing rings? Well, how large? The problem is, it's odd that it turned out large. Was it dramatically large or just kind of minusculely large? Because if it was just minusculely large, that could just be your printing. You need to measure things because depending on what printer you're using and depending on how you're. No, we are doing sculpting. So I try to sculpt every other week and then crit every other week. So yeah, but like I said, if we get through stuff, and I mean, this is still, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. That's no problem. Yeah, that could have just been a printing thing, or it very likely could have been. Did you make sure to, when you were exporting, make sure to update your size ratios? And the other thing is, I made ring mandrels. So were you using ZBrush's sizing, ring sizer? Using it does scale small. Well, I mean, if you're trying to get it to a very specific size, I would just type the size in here. So let's say this is this, and you know that you want this to be, let's say you want this to be 30 millimeters wide. Let's type in 30, enter, and resize. Ooh, make sure all is turned off, and resize subtool, and then slider subtool, and now that's 30. So that's the easiest way to change the size of something pretty quickly. Now, okay, see how this stretched out? It does this. So if it does this, just back it up. Just undo, undo, undo. Oh no. I guess, look at that weird oval ring. Look who wasn't even using ring mandrels back then. So what I thought was an error was me being. But sometimes it does weird stuff. I still think this is a little stretched out. But if every once in a while it will error out, just undo it back to where it was and then redo it again. And sliders. Okay, 30. Resize subtool. And you can see that it resizes it. So if you're trying to get it to a very specific, you can do it here. Now I hand sculpt everything on this one except for this texture. I did use an alpha for the fabric because I wanted it to really look like fabric. But I would do this differently now. I would do it with this curve brush and then noise, and then that way you can paint it on instead of it just being a grid. You have a lot more control over it in noise. But when we get to this one, how to smooth. Oh, I know what you're talking about. So sometimes when you're doing it, it only gets a little. It has to do with how big it is in the scene. So yeah, sometimes it's just, it depends on the scale of your model in the scene, because the transpose will only do it like it's doing it relatively to how it is in the scene. So does that make sense? So yes, you just have to keep doing it. Or change the size of it in sliders to subtool, and then it will react a little bit more responsive. How to smooth high poly counts. Keep your subdivision layer. That's how you do it. And actually, we're going to remesh this, and I'll show you what that. Yes. Actually, this will be a good, I can show you clearly here. Oh, but in the Green Man thing, right? Oh, I see it. It's 2020. 11:30. Okay. For those of you who don't know, I have dyscalculia, so when I look at lists of numbers, it's pain because it just reiterates the fact that I don't know. Is the audio cutting out in and out again? Right. Okay, let's make sure that that isn't happening. We figured out what the problem was with that one. Oh, okay. So hold on. We're gonna load. One, two. Load tool. Load tool. Man, boop. Oh, there we go. I say they. And so this was a new green. This was old green. Comparison green. Actually, this is good. So, someone who was asking. So, this was the Green Man that I did originally for my friend. And you can see much clearer here. All the little characters inside. And this was also one of the early attempts at doing these with characters inside or caricatures. I did a bunch of these that are tarot cards that were sort of done like this, like Day of the Dead stuff. But my skull rings all had like these weird little Day of the Dead vignettes in them. So is that two people who said that my audio is cutting out or just one? Okay, hold on. Okay. And we're just going to get horrible noise. Filter. You know what? They're cranked up again. They're at like 32 and 26. Negative. All right, hold on. Let's just close. Kill these. Telling me. Boop. Yes. Yes. Is that okay? Close. All right, so that shouldn't happen, but we are now going to get a whole lot of noise. Is that better? Is it noisy and ugly and horrible? Hello, hello. What's my lag like? Where's that button that says my latency? Okay, awesome. It's so weird that it was working fine. Why does it do that? I haven't touched it. Nope, didn't touch it. All right, whatever. OBS is bizarre. Okay, so, and this was done probably, what, 2010, I think. And when I talk about drawing on detail, this actually, I mean, I have a lot of layers here, but a lot of this is still drawn on detail. And you can see that I do some of the things that I yell at people about now, and that is trying to, and this is also very decimated. But like here, you see that to punch those lines, I went ahead and cut it, and I cut it, and I cut it there. And these are things that I really disapprove of. Wow, now we're being buzzed by helicopters. And you can see here that it gets kind of messy. Like you get back, you can sort of see it, but what's going over and under is a little sloppy. And then when I came back and did it here, you can see that much more layers, and you don't cut them in as bad. Now, I didn't finish this. This was part of a video. So, and I would come back in with these and use SK Twist. And where's SK Twist? No, this is not mine. Okay. Boop. And I would come in and really accentuate these with Twist instead of having them being cut in. Now, these have all been decimated, so I don't really have a ton of geometry here. But you can see that they become much more layers. And like in the face, you can see that the eyes and the lips become much more prominent here, as opposed to this. You lose so much of what's going on in the face by this drawn on detail. And so how I would sculpt this now, and we do it in the video, and that is do it something more like this. Now I could come back in and start to punch some of this linear detail more, but what's funny is that a lot of this will show up. You don't have to make it so hammered down that it's all the lines. You can do it subtly, and it does show. So that's the big difference between sort of where I started. And so here, let's take a look at this. You can see that by simplifying some of the surfaces and doing it as in layers and not just these drawn lines, it will actually read as a much more cohesive, it's a much more cohesive form. Does that make sense? Do you all see that? Especially if we go, hold on, what was the question that I didn't answer? Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't really render, so that's not really, I'm a manufacturer, so I go into manufacturing. All right, so we have this guy, and let's just pick a metallic, and right as we get smaller, which is something we have to do, right, because this is jewelry, you can see that the flatter planes tied to layers as opposed to chatter is much more readable. And here again, you can see that when we get all these the hatch marks, I mean, up close, they look okay. But when you pull back and kind of look at the piece from a farther distance, what's happening here becomes more obvious than what's happening here. You still have these bright highlights, but you really lose a lot of the subtlety of the overlapping. And now I can come back into this and give it more surface texture, but I wouldn't do it with just drawing lines in it, I guess, is what I'm saying. So through teaching and also just manufacturing, I really started to hone some of the things that I've discussed with, or the things that I hammer you guys on. You're like, yeah, but you drew on the surface. I'm like, yeah, that was, how many years ago? At least 10 years ago. So, it's like, yeah, we're working on it. Evolution right here before your eyes. Because you can see how just cutting these lines in, you lose the surface of the leaf, where here, this will always read as a leaf, where this gets really chattery, and you can lose what's going on. Why we don't lose those is because they're big, heavy lines, so that does separate it from the norm. Does this make sense? Maybe? Okay, let's go back to blue so we can actually see what's happening. And let's go back to our gas mask. How do you make it? You just sculpt. I mean, it's just as you're, well, actually, we're going to turn this into a slightly more layered object. We're going to redo this piece some. We're going to modernize it, and some of the problems that we have we'll work through. So I'll kind of show you how we're going to do that. All right, so now we are going to ZRemesh adaptive. Put all kinds of weird little numbers and bizarro stuff and things. It's really sad when you forget your own symbolism. I know I put that there for a reason. I'm sure I was being snarky about something. I'm like, oh, yeah, I don't know what that means anymore. Yeah, 10 years. Well, it was... Yeah, it's one of the first pieces I did at Greenlight. I had it roughed out before I got there. So this is January 2010. So, yeah, it's been a little while. What are we in now? 2022. So 11 years. 11, well, yeah. I guess it's 12 years, isn't it? See, guys? No concept of time. Boop, boop, boop. Come on, you can do it. So I'll always start with a remesh. Now, the next thing I'm going to do with this remesh is in the back. It's not symmetrical because this was that's like an old signature because I didn't know what to do with the back, so I just put myself there. Let's see. I think everything's mirrored at this point. Okay, so we're going to go turn symmetry on. X. Nope, that's Z. X. I want it X symmetrical, and I'm going to go ZRemesh half, turn adaptive off, ZRemesh, boop. And with symmetry on, you see how it made the geometry symmetrical. And for this, that's important because we want this base mesh as clean as possible. Okay, we can look at that. Let me get this started real quick and then we'll look at that. And you can see, I wonder if I made these separate. Interesting. Oh yeah, this model already has them separated. All right, so we're going to go split two similar parts. Okay. Cool, and that lets us do this a little bit more cleanly. Delete. Come here, hide this, and we are going to ZRemesh half. I'm going to do it again. And we're going to look and just make sure we're not missing anything here. We're not. ZRemesh to half. So we're about to answer two questions that have been asked up to this point. ZRemesh half. Okay, let's make sure we have geometry where we want it. Now we have plenty of detail in this mouth area, so I'm going to come back here And I'm going to take ZModeler. I'm going to insert an edge. Insert an edge. And that way, as we start dividing, we're not going to lose a bunch of this. Let's see if we can. That's okay. I'll accept that. What are we at? 930. A friend of ours owns a Bored Ape, or they're part of the Bored Ape Yacht Club, and they have a club in Miami, and we are making some very dimensional jewelry for them, and so that's why that little Bored Ape is there. That's the Bored Ape they own. I think they have a couple others, but that's the one that's tied to the club. Doop. Okay. No. Let's just stay there. That's 700. That's good. And now we're going to divide. So for the person earlier who asked, how do you smooth high resolution models? This is how you do it. And how you do it is by keeping all of your low res. Don't go to Dynameshes. Don't, because then you only have 1 or 2 subdivision levels. Okay. So the only way to control your mesh is to have a lot of subdivision levels. And I'll show you that in a minute, but mark my words on this one. So I'm going to divide, divide, divide. And we're going to divide one more. That's an okay place to start. We're going to come to our original part. Hide you. Let us turn lines off. Auto group. I wonder if it'll consider these similar parts. Now this is interesting. Split to similar parts. Nope. Oh, it did. Okay, good. So now, oh, I see. I did have them cut as plugs. So we're going to go here. Here's our little groover. This is our original part. And we are going to go, hold down Control, tap our block. This is now our history state. I'm going to come back to here and go project history. And you can see that it tried to project history. That's okay. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to come grab my history brush. You have to turn symmetry off. And I'm just going to, why is my, okay. 0.0, no, hold on. Backspace, 0.1. Is that going to be enough? Nope. Backspace 0.7. Oh, 0.7. Okay, that's fine. So now what I'm going to do is going to come in here, smooth this out a little, turn symmetry off, grab our history brush, and the other seat. Very important. History brush is very aggressive on the back side. So I'm going to come in here. Let's turn symmetry on for this. I'm going to come in here and make sure that my inside, you have to make sure that backface masking is on. Hold down your mask, hold down Control, hit backface masking. And that'll allow me to kind of do this, and you can see that it doesn't roll over the edge. That it gets a little bit. This is just quicker. I'm gonna come in. Here. Come to the other side. Here. Here. We're gonna want to futz with that, so we'll leave a little area around there. And this stuff is going to be safe. All right, because this is thick right here, so I'm not too worried about blowing through here. It's just the stuff's thin, so we will blow through it. Let me get the edge. So now turn symmetry off. We have our history brush on, and I'm just going to come back in. And I'm not spending a lot of time and concern on this. I just want to get... So the thing to know about history brush, and you're going to do this and you're going to be like, Tomas, my model turned it to a piece of garbage. History brush works at 90 degrees to camera. And it is very aggressive. And it's not, because it's a projection brush, it's not very smart. You have to be careful with it. And so you can see I'm kind of going like this, and then I'm making sure that I'm doing it 90 degrees to the camera, and then I'm rolling over and doing it 90 degrees to the camera. And why this is important is this, because let's say you're doing it like this. You're like, oh, okay, I've got this. It's great. Look, it's wonderful. How cool is this? History brush is rad. And then you go like this and see all this wackadoodle geometry. It's because it's trying to pull everything up to the surface it's looking at the moment. So these are the things, these surfaces, let's turn the line back on. These surfaces are within the projection distance, and they're being pulled to the negative face of the thing that's in front. Oh, well, we can have a conversation about NFTs. It's an interesting thing. There's some interesting stuff going on for sure. And there is garbage, you know, just like anything that has anything to do with any art. And yeah, it's an interesting thing. All right, so we're coming in here, and I'm just trying to get all my surfaces within projection range. So all this stretching and stuff, I'm going to come back and smooth it out anyway. So I'm not trying to be super exact here. We're just trying to get everything in projection range. And so I'm just coming in real quick and hammering through this stuff. And you can see I'm coming back and smoothing the area and then just hitting it again, because the one thing about history brush is that it will go to its history. You just have to make sure that you're not just going back and forth on one side and just making a mess. You can see all this wacky geometry here. Smooth it out and just hit it from the right direction. And this brush is big, so we're painting with a very large brush. And so we're going to have a lot of drag through if we're not careful. And you can see that I'm not being super careful about these pull throughs and stuff, because like I said, I'm just trying to get stuff in the general range of the projection. So when you see all this weird stuff like this, that just means that these surfaces were outside of the projection range initially. You can see how there's that much height. So what I chose for the projection distance, that was below it, so it didn't pull up. And that's why we're just coming in here and doing a quickie. Let's get everything to the surface. Because I do not, or why am I using projection history, or why am I doing the brush instead of, I'm using the brush only because I do not use very heavy projection history levels, because you get a lot of weird crossover artifacting if you do that. And so I find it's just easier to come in and kind of get this up to the surface as opposed to just brushing it on. Because if you're just using projection, you're going to have to come in here and brush the stuff back up to the surface anyway. So I find that this is just a quick way of doing this, honestly. Okay, so we're pretty close. I think we don't see any big dent area. Oh, we missed one right there. Oh, we missed this here. All right, that looks pretty good. So now I'm going to take smooth, and I'm just going to come back over this and kind of relax my meshes. I feel what you're saying. I really do. But I also think there comes a point that we're going to have to kind of deal with modernization and the things that come with it. And I'm not saying that there isn't crime or when I'm talking about NFTs, I'm talking about as a cultural thing, not necessarily the actuality of what is going on at the time. I can't speak to security and stuff like that. Henry can, because he's smart and does my networking, and he's a clever guy. But I just mean culturally. Well, one, they're not going away ever, because NFTs are how we are going to own things in the future. So it's part of Web 3.0 and all that silliness. So it ain't going anywhere. So how do we use it as the cultural tool that it can be for art and ownership? I think that once again, for artists, I think it's a very good way of dealing with stuff. Because for the first time, an artist can participate in the wealth of or the progress of the wealth of their popularity, where before you can't. And so, well, you could, but no one did. Okay. I'm sure there's some very real issues. I mean, this is all very new stuff, so you're not going to hear me out there going, yeah. Okay. So now you can see that we shouldn't have any problems. Now, like you said, why aren't you just using projection? Now we'll just use projection. We'll get it to the place. And you can see there's still just a couple little areas, that still have some stuff, but it's too low res right now for us to worry about that. So now I'm going to divide it up, and we'll come back in and just do a quick smooth over, because I don't like projecting things to the same surface. And when we were using projection, that was a big deal. I honestly don't know if it is as big a deal now that I'm using project history and not project all. Because I don't know if it sees itself as a coplanar surface, if it's going to history and not. I don't know. I haven't played with that part of it enough. Turn symmetry off. Boop. And come in here. And you can see these are little areas that were beyond the projection distance. Looked like there's one of the. Yeah, see, this is beyond projection distance. And we just want to avoid this mess, right? We want to make sure these are clean when we do it. So we know that this area up in here is beyond the projection distance. So we're just going to come in and knock it back down and in. And then smooth it back out, because I don't want any of this extreme geometry. And the projection will protect most of that. Is this all? You can see we have some weird geometry there. We have some weird pinching here. All right. Looks like that's all set. Okay. Project history. Okay. Okay. And so now You can see here that this didn't project, right? We're going to come back in, move that. And there's some weird geometry here. I don't know why. Here, did you see that? Here. See this? That's an overlap. And I could see it because I saw this crease right here. So I just have to come back in and make sure that is not creased, because the whole point of doing this is that we're controlling our geometry. And now I can kind of use history brush and tap this back into place. All right. Ashley. Boop, boop, boop. How you doing, my dear? For those of you who do not know, Ashley is one of our streamers and is absolutely a raging badass. And yes, you should watch her stream because, one, she's mildly entertaining, and two, no. Solve the union of the head with the body. I'm working with a model. Well, it really depends on what you're doing. I mean, like if you're trying to do, like I would just Boolean union them together. That's what I would do. But if you have a high poly model, you can union them together after you've decimated them, and then you have a much lighter model to deal with. Does that make sense? Hold on. Phil, were you the person that uploaded a model? Henry? Oh, so I mean, looking, yeah, you know. Okay. Oh, you're killing me. All right, Phil, take your model and convert it to a ZTL, because if it's a ZPR, I'm being dragged into your world and I have to deal with your interfaces and your settings, and yeah, it makes me crazy. It makes me itch a little. Oh, I always forget about that. All right, fine. But doesn't it still bring crappy information in with it? Okay. Some format or another. No problem. So Ash, what's going on? Any great news in your world? Let me hear it. We can never really convince her to chat. She's just not very chatty sometimes. We're going to divide it one more time. Project history. Well, I'm just excited that we haven't dropped any frames. Not one frame has been dropped. Look at that. Gosh, I wonder why that could be. Hey, let's run a speed test. Augusta was laughing. She was like, oh, you know what we can do? We can take a log of all the speed tests that have ever been run and send it to me. Uh-huh. Oh, well, who knew that? Fair enough. All right. Cool. I know what I'm going to do tonight, just for you. just so we can be clear. I don't want. No. I'm just going to send you the log. And then a bunch of individual screen tests. Wow, what's Vampire Survivors? Is that like a game where you can get voted off the island if you don't suck enough blood? Hey, Sonar, doing great. I think I pissed someone off about NFTs unintentionally, but we're not making NFTs. I get. Oh, well, that's sad. Oh, that's sad. Hello, Argentina. No, Ash, I mean, things are great. I've started a new NFT business, and yeah, no, it was fun. We made a bunch of cool stuff, and yeah, I mean, it's fun. The new studio is actually being constructed. We actually have broken ground on it, or let me rephrase that. We have completely destroyed everything, and it's standing. So that's good. I don't know exactly how long it'll be until it's actually a up and functioning space, but it shouldn't be too long. I mean, they've only been working on it I think they tore the thing down in a week, so that's pretty cool. Now it's just a huge empty space. Well, to be fair, mine are coming for your family. It's a thing. It's just something I plan in my NFTs. Well, ink metal is where a bunch of my rings are, but we are, through ZBrush Jewelry Workshop, we have a shop attached to that. And I haven't really participated much. And so I am redoing, or because once again, like this is kind of, this is an 11-year-old design, well, 12-year-old design, and it needs to be updated with techniques and stuff that I now use, which I didn't at the time. And why isn't History Brush working? We have a history status. Did we? Oh, because I moved it. Look at me go. Hold on. This wasn't straight in the world, so I straightened it, but by doing so I moved it out of its history range. So we're going to deal with this not straight for a few minutes. Okay, just yell at me when you get back. Okay, fair enough. You shouldn't have internal conflict. You should be at one with yourself. You just need to sit back and understand that you are privileged and that your life is wonderful. And you can sit back and go, until you get hungry, and then you can rage and go get some hot dogs or something. All right. Did we just drop frames? No. Okay. You can ask me anything about ZBrush. That's actually kind of why I'm here. At least in my book. I don't know anything about Cinema 4D. I'm sorry. Well, we have... I didn't know there were things up on Alligator Jesus. Look at that. Yay, team. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Uh-huh. Cool. Cool. All right. So for the person, I wonder if you're still here or if we bored you to the point that you're not asking a question. Hold on, let me go up and see. There's a really early question. Leon Fiore, are you still here? Leon. Cool. Look at that. So you asked, how do you smooth things at really high resolution? So let me actually make this high resolution. We're going to divide this again. Okay, so I have a 46 million poly model. And let's say I want these to be smooth, right? And as anyone who's ever tried to smooth out a model that is high res, you go like this, and of course I have smooth stronger and it works. But you know, this still is lumpy, right? Like, so how do you smooth a high poly model? All you do is you keep your resolution, or you keep your subdivision levels, you come down here and you smooth it out at the lower level. So I view smoothing in two different ways. I view it as when you lower your resolution. Someone asking about Blender? I don't know anything about Blender. I don't use Blender. Sorry. It's kind of a running joke because everyone asks me questions about Blender and literally I've never opened the program, so it probably wouldn't help you. Now, on Ash's stream, she covers a lot of Blender questions. Well, she gets a lot of questions. So as you can see, I'm relaxing the mesh, right? So I view this relaxing the mesh. When we're back up to our higher resolutions is when I consider this smoothing, right? Because we're now back up at 46 mil. And you can see that there's some dents in there, but like I actually got rid of that hump. I got rid of a lot. So you can see that I'm not changing. At a high res, you're not changing the substructure. You're just trying to get rid of the surface bumps without changing the surface. Where if, let's take something that has a lot of detail. Let's do these lines, right? You all of a sudden decide you want these lines to be smooth. Hold on. Let's undo the damage I just did. I mean, I guess I can just push history and it'll be right back, but come on. All right. So we want to smooth this whole section out. I'm going to take smooth, and you can see I can get rid of most of my little surface lines here. Okay. Most of my little surface lines here, but I'm not actually smoothing it out. Shh. So I'm going to lower it substantially. And let's look at our line here. Let's turn fill off for a second so we can see it. I'm going to lower my res. And at this level, you want to be careful because you have the potentialities of really moving your mesh. So I'm going to come in here, and I'm just with a really light hand coming in, and I'm getting rid of my humps, right? So this now is becoming a smooth surface. And you can see I'm changing the structure of the mesh itself, right? You can see that now it's concave here. Oh, just blink something into my eye. Right? And so now I'm going to drag this all the way back up. You can do it. And you can see that it still has a lot of the detail, but it's been flattened out a little. So in this case, I've changed the surfaces of my ring, but I haven't removed the detail. So that's why I'll start here, and then instead of just going all the way up, I'll go higher res, just tap it once. So we'll go to 5 subdivisions, come in, smooth out what you want smooth. Higher res. Smooth it out. Higher res. And so the more subdivisions you have in your part, the wider you can get these changes to be. And that means that you can do some really extreme stuff on either end without really mangling the rest of your mesh. And so you can see that we can come back up. And let's say I'm going to put this detail back in. I'm going to go all the way back up now instead of doing this step by step. And you can see that I can still see where those surface details are, and I can then kind of come in and sculpt with, oh, well, that's history brush. Right? Clay tubes. And so now I still have an idea of where these shapes are, and I can start my new sculpt here. Or I can just smooth this stuff out and it'll be gone. So that's the that's really the trick of having all your subdivision levels and being able to use them as a really powerful tool to what to do. Now here's another thing to remember, and obviously this is silly for the skull, but I think you'll get the idea here. Hold on. No, what am I doing? Let's just go back. Come on. There we go. Boop. 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 Okay. Okay. So here we go. We are back at our high res. Oop. Cancel. History brush. Oh, what? How did I just change that to cloth brush? History brush. There we go. And you can see I can just bring all this stuff back quickly with my history brush. Okay. And now we're back where we started. Yeah, of course. Do I have any advice for beginners? Don't get demoralized. Don't just keep working. It's just man hours. It's just hours. And the more work you put into, the more you'll get out of it. If that makes any sense. It's just, it really is just practice. And make sure you're watching good videos. Like at ZBrush, they have a bunch of really, really good beginner videos. So you get your skills sort of hammered out. And then the next thing you need to wrap your head around is learning to see. So I would start copying things first, like go to your desk and find a mug, sculpt the mug, and then look at it and you can tell if it's right or not, right? Because if you're just making stuff up, you can always just say, oh, well, that's what I meant to do, instead of, oh, that looks like crap, you know? So if you're doing bodies, don't do weird, distorted alien bodies. Do human bodies, so there's material. So there's reference material, so you can check to see if you're right or not. And the thing is, be diligent about your referencing, and don't be lazy about judging. You know, judge yourself harshly when you're learning, because that's the only way you're going to learn to see what's right and wrong. And there is right and wrong. I know. I don't mean to be the the bearer of bad news, but you know, there is right and wrong if you're trying to copy something. So I'd say that's my But make sure you're watching good videos, because there's a lot of garbage videos out there that'll teach you garbage habits. All right. When I have more than one subtool, the one which is not active is darker material. Where can I set up the difference of materials between active subtool? I don't know that you can. I mean, I think that's just like, you know, we have these turned on and it's like a different color. I don't think you can set it up. Right? So Ash, can you change? I don't think you can change this tone, can you? I mean, now if what you mean is this, so we have this, hold on, let me turn transparency off. So you're saying this is darker and this is lighter. How do I change this material? I don't think that that's possible. Now, what you can do is you can turn paint on and it will remove the color difference, but I don't think that you can choose a color. I don't think you can choose a color. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think, I've been through this UI a ton. I don't think I've ever seen that. So if you turn paint on, so with paint on, you can, of course, change a color by going color, fill object, don't fill layer, fill object, and then you can come back in and sort of do this. Why did it not change color? Oh, because, hold on, because I didn't change the color first. Okay, so we're on this. Is this going to change color? What's wrong? Oh, there it is. I'm like, what is happening? So you can do this. You can go to color. You can go to fill object. And now, which one did I change? I thought I changed his face. Okay, I must have had that one selected. Yeah, Jesus. No. All right, well, I don't know how I did that, but hey, Yar, how are we doing? But you can see that that is... What did I do? Oh, this is still this. No, I'm dumb. That's what I did. Okay. So we have this guy. We have this guy. You slide you down. Oh my God. Okay. I'm just going to get frustrated. Yeah. Activate subtool dimming. Is it really? Wow, look at you go. Oh, well, you can turn it on or off, but you can't change its color. Trust me, you want it on. If you can't tell what subtool you're on just by looking, it's grief. Oh, now comes the intentionality issue. It's wrong when you can't do it correctly. Because if you don't know what an arm looks like, and then all of a sudden you're trying to make arms, and then it's like, oh, well, I made arms. Well, no, you didn't. You're wrong. It's like Picasso could draw. Picasso was a very talented technician. It's just he chose. That's why it was called abstraction and not, oh, my 8-year-old did that. That's that big differences. All right, so we're going to come in here and reevaluate this a little and think about this in layers. So I'm going to no, because if you do not have the skill set to do it right first, I don't care what your intentions are. So there. Oh yeah, I don't spend a billion. All right, miss. I know your slobber isn't wrong. You do really, really good slobber. I mean, it's like saying if I get on a bus and I stomp my white bread. So I'm just going to start to accent some of these. I'm actually going to smooth most of my detail away because I want to be dealing with this as a big shape, not look at the details, because I'm going to change the details some. See? I'm not saying that you can't be a very successful hack, but at the end of the day, you'd still be a hack. Just because you con the world into believing you're not a hack and you're just a clever intellectualist doesn't mean you're not actually a hack. And the thing is you'll know it right here. And I know that in your heart, it's important to you. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Okay. So, what are the shapes? I want to punch this shape a little more here, because I was being conservative. And, yeah, I was wrong. See, even I can admit it. Because at the time I was a hack. Everything is subjective. There's no such thing as true objectivity. We all live in a perception through our editing machine. And we know that our editing machines are not very good. So we're always trapped by what our perception is. So I would say, yeah, it is subjective. But that's like saying, cooking's subjective. But there are people who know how to cook. I'm not saying that there aren't some people who like hot dogs. But as an artist who has trained my entire life to be an artist, to create within the context of your life, the world around you, and the such, I think that there are things that, sadly, we've turned art into couch art, and it doesn't matter, and most people don't have to make their living on it. And, there are a lot of people who make really garbage art and are very, very successful. So I'm not necessarily talking about monetary things, but the fact is that, you can say that, well, I'm a good cook. And it comes down to, yes, well, it's subjective what it means to be a good cook. You could be the best hot dog chef in the world, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think we all know what we're talking about. No, I just think that, I think that if you were an accountant and I said, oh, anybody can be an accountant, you'd be pissed off too. Sure, I can do my own taxes and I can file them. Doesn't mean I'm doing them right. I just think with art being subjective, and also just because we have a completely, absolutely, and utterly uneducated population again, it's very easy to say, oh, anybody could be an artist. It's like websites. I used to be part of a website company where we charged, I mean, for Sony's website and for Motown's website, we charge, over $100,000 for each website. And I mean, you can't do that anymore. I mean, because the tools and stuff are there. So anybody can make their own website. It doesn't mean it's good just because someone can do it. And I do think the age of participation awards in the world where everyone thinks their opinion matters has allowed for anyone to claim to be an artist. And it's like, well, once again, sure, anyone can claim to be a brain surgeon, but, you'll be a lot less willing to go to a brain surgeon who's some 16-year-old who's just saying, hey, I read a book about brain surgery. I looked at some pictures online. I play one as an influencer. Very true. The difference is that my ego's informed. My ego's more important. It's like we get asked a lot. I know I get asked a lot, and I'm sure Ash gets asked a lot. And it's like, oh, well, what do I need to do to be able to work at a studio? And it's like, look at ArtStation and look at what people are doing. Can you do that good or better? Well, I have to say, I think I made this discovery, and I revealed this discovery that I discovered talking to Ash because I was so horrendously outraged. I was just blown away. I really haven't participated in ZBrush Central in a while because they changed the format, and what I loved about ZBrush Central is that it was a forum and you could really interact with the people, and now it's just too big. There are just too many people in it to have that kind of relationship with it. And that's great, whatever. I'm not talking bad about ZBrush Forum, but I'm saying that my relationship with it has changed dramatically from 10 years ago, where it was much smaller, and you knew the people, and it was just a more personal environment than it is now. And I mean, that happens with anything that grows. But I was just like blown away. I was seeing so many questions in my crits about anatomy, and I was not seeing a huge uptick in people's anatomical skills, But then in ZBrush Central, the human anatomy was getting really good. I mean, I'm like sitting there back. I'm like, you know what, man? That's like good. That's good anatomy. And some of the kinetic anatomy that was going on, people moving and dancing, and you're like, wow, you know what? Ouch! I see you, smart ass. And I was like, wow, people are really out there hammering it. Because let's face it, most people don't spend the time to study anatomy. So I was really surprised by when I went on, and there was so much good anatomy. And then for a while I was helping someone learn ZBrush, and it was one of the updates, and she contacted me and was like, "Hey, Tomas, what's going on with the GoZ to DAZ?" And I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about. And she sent me the thing, and then I remembered my friend used DAZ, and I was like, oh wow, that was like Painter or Poser. I had no idea you could actually get the models. It was always more of a rendering thing than, oh look, I can get models out of it. And I mean, that's how long it had been since I've seen it. And I look over, and now all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute. It's not that people have gotten really good at anatomy. It's that people use DAZ, and you can go Z to it. And you know what? Don't get me wrong. DAZ is a tool. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that, oh, DAZ is cheating and blah, 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 blah. But I'll tell you this. If you use DAZ and then say, hey, look, I can sculpt anatomy, you're a liar. And you'll never get a job sculpting anatomy because you don't know how to sculpt anatomy. You know how to pose a figure in DAZ. And, if you're learning, I think that that's incredibly detrimental to you because you're not learning anything. You're just using a tool. Like if I had a really, really fast job and I needed a really fast, dynamically, let's say like I'm doing a pose of, two people fencing with like another sword in hand that's really complex, I'd probably open up DAZ and use it. Why not? Because that's not my art. I'm just selling a piece of jewelry, right? Because I assure you, no one's coming to me for fencers in my jewelry, so that would be a project, right? And yeah, that would be a tool. Like, I don't think there's any problem buying models that you need if you are working for someone and, you're reproducing, let's say someone needs a 1972, Ferrari. Are you going to sit there and sculpt a Ferrari? Well, I've been known to do that. But if it's for a gig and you have X amount of time, there's absolutely nothing wrong with buying that model because, it's for a job. But if anyone ever asks you, hey, that's a beautiful Ferrari model, and you go, why, thank you, I did it, that's lying. That is definitely misrepresenting yourself. And that's the one thing I found on the forums that I thought was a little annoying is that, a lot of these people are claiming that this is their work. And it's like, yeah, no, I mean, it's your composition, but you didn't sculpt that, So I think because if someone asked me, I'd be like, yeah, I'm going to send you a bill for the model that I bought. So you're going to know I bought a model because I'm not paying for that. So I think it's how we represent thing. How we represent ourselves and our work is incredibly important. And it just comes down to, don't be a prick. Don't lie. I mean, I've accepted jobs that I had no clue whether I was going to be able to do it. And I definitely sat there and said, well, hell yeah, I can do that. So that's one thing. But I mean, don't take a picture of someone else's work and say, oh yeah, I did that. Those are two pretty different things, Yeah, no. And it's like, people look at your stuff and they're like, oh, well, look at the fabric on this, that's beautiful. I'm like, they didn't sculpt that. That's not sculpted. That's from DAZ or Poser or one of those things and I mean, if you want that, fine, I'll go buy a model. I can do that too. But understand that that's not sculpting. And so in a professional world, I think that pre-made models are professional tools that, sure, great. There should be no issues about it because if someone needs something that exact, why would you ever spend the amount of time it takes to sculpt a 2-scale vehicle well? Yeah, just buy that. Who cares? But, don't claim you did it because eventually someone's going to ask you to do it again and they're going to be sitting over your shoulder and they're not going to want you to buy it. And now, you have issues. Well, that's it. I mean, if you get a job off of something like that, you'll never be able to reproduce that because you don't know. At least if I buy a model for a job, I know that I can make that model if I have to. I mean, it would be a time-saving thing that I would be very, very, very upfront with, because the other thing about buying models is that if you're buying models to use for your work, most of those models don't have open licensing for manufacturing. A lot of them are for film and animation, and they're like, oh yeah, you can use a picture of it. But, if you start making what product, like the concept of intellectual property and stuff like that, changes dramatically when all of a sudden you're making, like if I use it for a film, right? Let's say I buy a car model, I use it for a film. That's part of a film. It's not the model. Now, if I buy a model, take it, cast it in silver, and then start selling it, I'm making money off every single one of those, and I assure you that someone is not going to be happy with that. No matter if it said it's an open usage model, that's not what they're talking about. I'll guarantee you. Oh yeah, I mean, there are two really notorious jewelry. One being my student, I created a monster, and then she went out and she had some really good video production, and she started making how to make jewelry videos, and I mean, this was literally right after one of my classes. It might have been 3 months after my class, and it's not like she was a 30-year professional who then had something to offer. She just realized that she paid $1,000 for a 6-week class, and hey, she can charge that. And she did. And she was giving people very bad information, and there were real manufacturing issues because she didn't know anything about manufacturing. But she made issue, she sort of took some of my videos and kind of tried to reproduce them, but said she didn't know what she was talking about. She didn't copy them well. And I'm not saying she copied my videos. I'm saying, she took the information and made her own videos. But if you don't know what you're talking about, that's erroneous information, usually. So it's like, it was problematic. Oh, I've had someone bring in their portfolio, bring a project that I managed, and they were like, oh, you managed it, and this and that and the other thing. And it was hysterical because the photo wouldn't fit in his portfolio. And so let's say this is the picture, right? So he went like this and folded it back because this was the picture object that was sitting in his portfolio, but he didn't even bother cutting it off. And when he was talking about, I was like, oh, wow, you have the thing on this? I was like, yeah. And it just so happened Jeff was working with me. I was like, hey, Jeff, come in the office. I was like, look, he was the project manager for this and this. And Jeff looked down the thing and he kind of pulled the picture out. And he goes like this. And it's a picture of me and Jeff standing in front of the thing. It was on the cover of like the New York magazine inset in the New York Times. And so Jeff and I were right here. And he had just done this. So he didn't even bother to look at actually who the photograph was of. And what sucked is he was a really good sculptor. I actually hired him, but we definitely he never lived that down. I mean, 6 years later, we harassed him. Because, the thing is he was a very capable artist. He just felt that he needed to represent himself with more professional credits. And it's like, if you didn't do it, dude, do not represent that you did. And sadly, with the rise of social media and the illusion that everyone opinions matters, anyone can be, a specialist in 3 weeks. As long as you say that you're a specialist, then wow, you're an influencer, you're a specialist. And it's like, well, you have no knowledge, and wisdom and knowledge are dead. No, he was a great sculptor. He was really talented. So yeah, we hired him. I needed a sculptor, but Oh, dude. I mean, like literally, we eventually got him into the union, and oh my god, we rode his ass for years. I actually had T-shirts printed up of it and had his name printed under it that said, "Hey, project manager." So, needless to say, he definitely caught a rash of shit for it. But to be deadly honest, there are so few actual sculptors out there that he was very good. He just was young and dumb. Oh yeah. Oh no. You know it. The thing is that there's just when you live in a culture where results are the only thing that matter, or perceived results are the only thing that matter, um, you wind up with a bunch of that. Where in the past, I'm not saying that people didn't lie about what they did and this and that, but in the past there were systems of education for art, and you could actually learn stuff. I mean, art's not in schools really until you get into higher schools, and then it's like, oh, am I going to go $40,000 in debt to go to art school? Well, I mean, if you go to some place like Cal Arts, you're going to be going hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. But I will say the one thing about Cal Arts is that they truly trained us to be artists. I mean, it was a very real program. Um, and most of the people I know are working in their field from well, at least my generation of Cal Arts. Um, so I just think art education is dead in so many ways for youth. I mean, so if you're trying to get good at art, you're up against every like 5-year-old who is obsessive compulsive and draws every day. If you're not out there drawing or sculpting every day, you're not going to get, you're not going to be able to compete with people who do. Yeah, that's crazy. They took your whole portfolio, not just a piece? Yeah, I mean, when I was at Cal Arts, if you went to get an animation degree, I mean, computers weren't doing it then. And so all of them really, that my whole generation of people really had to learn on the fly, how to convert. But I mean, to be fair, most of them were insanely talented. So that conversion wasn't something that was, oh, okay, good. I was like, holy Hannah. Um, I mean, I would spend, now to be fair, I got a full ride to Cal Arts after my first semester. So I don't have that kind of school debt, but um, you just have to. I mean, you have to be honest with yourself, and that can be hard. But if do it for a year. If you sculpt every day for a year, and you aren't comparable to most of the people out there, um, you know, I mean, where you are, and I mean, if it's your first year, that's not what I'm really talking about. I'm talking about when you have a set of skills and you're deciding to do this for a living. I would say sculpt every day for a year and look at your work at the end of it. And does your work compete with, the average artist on ArtStation? Because a company will train you to do, some of the persnickety stuff. But, can you sculpt or draw or paint or whatever, And it's just being honest with yourself. And that's easier said than done. Hey, Senna. Oh, well, I mean, the beauty of CalArts is that it was all based on. I mean, like, I didn't take any. I got into CalArts when the accreditation was like, I didn't take a single math class or an English class or anything like that at CalArts. It was all like, we had classes that were, oh, the Tempest is, one half semester was blackface white mask or blackface white mask, and then the second part of it was reading the Tempest and understanding the social issues of Shakespeare's commentary on um, um, Caribbean slavery. And so we took classes that were about thinking, but we didn't have like math classes and English classes of the sort. It was much more here can you think classes. I mean, I did 3 years of semiotics, and let's face it, not many people use their semiotics education. I mean, I think it really taught me how to think about art, or at least object creation and signification. But I have to admit that I don't go through a semiotic breakdown of every piece that I do, sadly. Well, and once again, I mean, I'm sort of talking about trying to get studio jobs. If you're just trying to sell models and stuff, if you're capable and competent, you can get quite a bit of work. Because I'll tell you, I get passed over for quite a bit of work only because I refuse to sell. I'm not cheap. You can call me a lot of things, but I have a $2,000 day rate. And it's like, if I work an hour, you're paying $2,000. If I work 23 hours, you're paying $2,000. So, it's and that's if I'm doing it by rate or by. Normally, I'm just going to give you a bid, and we just did something I can't really talk about, but we just did a project that, it took me 3 days to get the part done, and we charged them $30,000. But that's because I had to get it done in 3 days, and everything was a premium. But pulling a $20,000 profit off of 3 days of work is pretty good. But most people are going to balk at those prices. So, needless to say, I tell people, they're like, hey, Tomas, we've been wanting to work with you. I'm like, that's great. They're like, hey, what about this? And I'm like, okay, well, it's, that's going to, 10 days, that'll be $20,000. They're like, it's like, it's tricky. It's tricky because, like, with manufacturing, there are other ways of paying me. Oh, we'll put your name on it. Oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. But I get often to do white labeling, or where I do the work and they put their name on it. And I'm like, okay, well, I will do that, but you're going to pay me 20 times the retail price for the object. And, if that's a $3,000 object, that's no joke, But it's like, what, you don't think you can sell 20 of these? Then why are you hiring me to do it? I mean, and that's sort of, I'm kind of a prick about freelance because, well, to be deadly honest, chances are I don't want to make your work. And so freelance is a pricey adventure when I don't want to do it. That's for sure. Yeah, exactly. I mean, so much of it depends on, where you're trying to apply. Like, when we talk about a lot of the stuff, we're talking about trying to get into real studio. Like, I worked in the film industry. I was local 755. And so when I'm talking about trying to get into the industry, I'm assuming we're talking about that. I'm sure that you can find if you're a competent modeler, I'm sure you can find work, because let's face it, people don't want to pay money anymore because there's so many people out there making models. I mean, everybody's third cousin is using a 3D program, and it's like, oh well, my daughter makes models. It's like, I literally was told, I was approached by someone, and they're like, oh well, how much you want to do this? And I'm like, $2,000 a day. And like, I have people who are working for $64 an hour, and I'm like, yeah, but obviously they can't do this, or you wouldn't be asking me. It's like, I'm not going to work for the same price of someone who can't do my job. How does that make any sense? It's people will get whatever they can out of you. And for the most part, artists are not great business people. Otherwise you would have gone into business. I mean, I've met a handful of artists who, like, my friend Peter, he's a graffiti artist and does a lot of t-shirts and things like that. And he went to business school. He was like, oh, I kind of feel like I could be an artist. And then he was like, okay, so I'm going to go get a degree in business. He didn't get an art degree. He got a business degree. And now he's doing very, very well. But to be fair, he's a very talented artist. I mean, it's not, but he knows what to do with his money. Yeah, freelance can be tricky. I have a friend who got a job doing, I mean, it was a whole bunch of variations on some models and creating some scene stuff. And he worked, I think, pushing a month and a half, 2 months on it. And then the project got canceled. He didn't get paid. I mean, he got paid a little bit of money, but he was doing it for his share of X, Y, or Z. And yeah, he just lost a month of work. It's not work that he can use because it was created for someone else. And not that you can't, if someone kills a job, not that you can't use those models. It's that they were using his character images, so he didn't have the copyright to just turn around and sell the stuff himself. No, it's tricky. Freelance is tricky. That's where I say the film industry was great for me for a long time, and then I finally got to sort of the top of what I was doing, and then it was like, okay, is this what I want to do for the rest of my life? No, but having done 14 years in the film industry, I knew what my capacity was. It was no longer really learning at that point. I knew what I was doing, and so I had a lot more cachet for freelance. But once everything went digital, and then social media came in, and it's like any idiot can be the guy because the interweb says so. It's, yeah, you can get away with murder by using other people's portfolios and this and that. And yeah, it's funny because that's the one thing I'll say about physical sculpting on projects is I can tell if you can do your job, in an afternoon. So it's not. But with digital, it's a little trickier. Like, people can hang in there for quite a while without. So I don't really use too much morph target, but all you have to do, hold on. So here, I'm assuming this is what you're asking. You've done your morph targets, you bake them in or whatever, and you got these veins, and you're like, oh, can I go back to a place where I don't have those veins? All you have to do is undo to the point that those are not there. Hold down Control, tap it, and then go back to the place where they are there. All right, and then hit your history brush, and now you have to turn symmetry off. And you can go back to any state on this model or any state on any other subtool. It doesn't even have to be in the same tool. You can go to a different tool and have that be the history state. And you can, I mean, I have this set, you can make this much softer. Let's change our focal shift. And you know, it doesn't have to be, you know, you can kind of just creep it down and, you know, only get rid of some stuff and then just kind of pad it up into, you know, the new thing. So all you have to do is find a place where that isn't, and mark it as your history state, and you can just go back in and get rid of it. I do this a lot if I'm doing, let's say, like patterning here. If I know that I'm going to do, let's say, a hash pattern in here, but I know that I also want some really clean lines, often I'll just go Control Tap. And so now my history state is right here. And then I'm going to come in and I'm going to do a bunch of hash marks. Oh, maybe. Oh, it's the intensity. Kick this over. And I want it to be hectic, so I'm not being super careful. Well, all I have to do is now come back in here, take my history brush, boop, and just come in and fill it in, fill my edge into where I wanted it to be. So you can really use it to clean and tune your models. Right? Did that ask that question? Did that make sense? You just have to find, like, you can duplicate the model and then just find a state where it was, and then, you know, you have it. You don't have to, right? Oh. Just come back here. And I'm just picking any random spot back here because I know that this hasn't changed. You can do it. Oh, maybe that was, no, that's fine. We'll just do Control hit. Come all the way back out to our space. It's a big model, so it has to rebuild every one of those. So now you can see that we're here. I just come back in and take this back to where it was. Right? But if you want to, let's say I've changed this top end, but I want to go back to let's say this part of the model is the veins you're talking about. I want this back. Hold down Control, tap this, come back to this model, and now when I use History Brush, it's going to bring this stuff back. So you can use it to bring things back or take things away, if that makes any sense. Right? Yeah, no, today is me sculpting, and then like I'll answer questions and stuff, but we discovered that we were losing well, we weren't losing viewers. We just I would get if we're doing it every week, I get ahead of the we weren't having as many people participate in the model, so we would do like 8 crits, and then we're sitting there waiting for people to upload stuff, and so it keeps the models, or it keeps us with an okay amount of models if we do it every other week. And also, this allows me to kind of work with you guys on some of the models that I'm doing, and we can answer questions and stuff like that, which some people feel a little weird about participating if they didn't have a model to critique, and so they don't wind up participating, or they avoid participating. So this gives a few different ways of participating, I guess, is what I'm saying. I'm having a hard time forming sentences tonight. It's pretty tragic. Words are hard. Well, Sculptress actually came out after ZBrush was ZBrush. But yes, Sculptress was an independent company that ZBrush wound up purchasing. And I'm super happy they did, because the Sculptress code really opened a lot of this up. It was very good. Very, very good. Mm-hmm. And so you can see that I'm not really working on details. I'm just trying to get some layers in. And then we will go back, and when we look at this, I'll look at the details I have, and we will change them to kind of fit this. But you can see that punch this a little, and that's a little weird, and don't know what's going on there. So I'm just getting a nice layer set in here. And then I can go back in, and like I can turn, this into that little channel of fans and stuff like that. I just want to get a nice surface rhythm of layers first. And this wasn't how I was sculpting when I did this part. So this gives us an opportunity to come in and really start to define these things that are going to be good reflective stories. Because you got to remember, I'm not, you're going to be like, oh, well, that mask doesn't look like as cool as, something that Furio did. Well, yeah, but you're not going to turn one of those models into a piece of jewelry. So my designs are very, very, very specifically designed to be manufacturable and to show detail in small parts. So in some ways, it's a little bit more cartoony in the sense of we're breaking stuff up into basic shapes and stuff before we really start worrying about detail. And that way I know that reflectively, these are things that are going to read well. Because in jewelry, or anything that you plan to bring out of the computer, in all reality, you have to remember that you're sculpting in light. It's like, how are the surfaces going to reflect off these? Even if it's a toy or something, if your surfaces are muddy, it's not going to read well out of manufacturing. So when you're doing something to come out of the machine and to a printer or something of the such, a mill, just remember that you really have to evaluate how is light going to react with this. And that's where some of this stuff, they were kind of things I was thinking about at this time. Obviously I was thinking about it, but I didn't have the techniques that I have now. 10 years later, I know things that work and don't work. And so, yeah, and now I harp on these things and people are like, why don't you ever say anything different? We had a girl who was really offended. She was like, Tomas, that's all you tell anyone. How are we learning anything? I was like, well, if you learned it, then you wouldn't have turned in a damn model that was not sculpted in layers. You drew on the surfaces. It's like, if people did it, then I wouldn't have to tell them again and again and again. Because I will put my models, as far as manufacturability goes, like the detail I put in it and what you can get out of that, I'll put my models against anyone in the world. I was the first person to ever get a model out of ZBrush. I've been doing it for a while, and it's like the first jewelry piece ever created in ZBrush. I remember I posted a picture of the piece, and everyone kept saying, wow, that's a beautiful rendering. And I posted my mill, and I posted the picture of the casting and stuff. And they were like, oh my God. And literally Paul, Tomas in France, a guy from Gentle Giant, and a guy from another company like Gentle Giant, they were all like, how'd you do it? Because Gentle Giant had been getting pieces printed and out of ZBrush, but they were much closer to just like CAD pieces. They had no surface detail. It wasn't, you could get basic models out, but getting something that had the wackadoodle linear surfaces that I was getting was not out there yet. And what a long, strange trip it's been. There you go, Jeff. Yeah. It's just, when you're doing manufacturing, you just have to control your meshes in a different way. Because when people retopo for animation or retopo for film or retopo for games, all of those, they're different needs. And, for manufacturing, we can't get away with, a lot of the gaming stuff in the sense of, like UVs and things like that. We have to control our mesh to the point that we can get the physical detail into something physical. So, a UV is cool, but it doesn't give me that depth in a print. It's, honestly, layer your surfaces, don't draw lines, update your size ratios. I think Jeff had it right. It really is. Layer your surfaces. That way, your surfaces stand apart from one another and they reflect light differently. So you can have very, very tiny, instead of having like 2 millimeter steps, in that Mayan ring, or in this, oh no, I don't have it here. This is the Aztec ring, isn't it? Hold on. Yeah. And, these little itty, so this is an older ring. You can see that a lot of this detail is drawn on. And these guys, also this is super low res right now, so these are STLs. But you can see that these little skulls really aren't done in layers. They're just like, I just dragged them out. Now let's turn on Sculptures Pro, and let me come in here and let's remesh this so I can at least just sculpt on this a little. And so you can see that this is reflecting sort of like a half round. And the other thing is this tiny, what is this, WY? That's 1.7 millimeters. That's small, right? And they get smaller. Not much, but so you're like, okay, well, how do I get this detail to actually read in 1.7 millimeters? Well, this is going to read as sort of a ball with two eye holes, where instead of doing it this way now, I would have sculpted one of these and made an alpha of my sculpt instead of just taking it from a graphic. Actually, I'm lying. That does look like actually one of my skulls. So I took that from a base skull and then just made an alpha of it and dragged it out. But now, and you can see how it has a bow in it and stuff. So now, instead of doing it that way, I would probably come in. Let's get lower res. Okay, let's take. So, and this is why I use clay tubes for everything. Let's use K-tube, turn off backface masking in this case so we can use Sculptures Pro. And I'm going to think about this in layers. So, okay, we have our nose, it's up front. Oh, sculpt. No, turn on backface masking. And instead of doing everything half round, I'm going to think of these things in layers, right? Okay, so we have this. That's our base skull, right? We're super happy. Okay, we have our base skull. And come on. And we're going to have a pinch. And I'm also worrying about reflective surfaces. So you can see this is anatomically correct, but it's a little weird and I'm not getting good surfaces. So I know that I want this cheekbone to stand out, so I'm going to make it a nice flat reflective surface. And then I'm going to come back in here, and this edge is going to be another reflective surface. And so these are going to, when we get out here, you can see that that instantly has an eye socket that has some dimensionality because that has two edges. You can see that little lip right there as it's coming into the teeth, right? And you're like, oh, well, Tomas, this is, you know, on the computer. You can't tell the difference. I'll tell you what, I was blown away. I did that Mayan ring, and there are things in that that are 1/10 of a millimeter step, and they're pretty flat, and they just have a bow to them. But they're like little flat layers. And something that small, the flatter it gets, but if the layers are going at different angles, what you have is, instead of a flat surface where you've drawn the lines on, right, that surface gets chattery. Where now, if I take a layer and do this, take a layer, make a layer and do that, this reflects differently than this. So there is a visual transition between those two layers that you could never do just drawing lines on. And it's, what's going on? Oh, okay. I thought, I was like, oh. And so now you can see here, this is just a bow, and see how straight this is? So I'm losing all the depth of the face because this is just pulled out. So now I'm going to turn this into that scoop, and instead of it just being straight, I'm going to make it a scoop. And that's going to read as another layer. I'm going to put a little flat here, and then a little scoop there. And you can see that that is becoming a much more complex reflective surface. See how we get this bright little spot right there? That cheek is, definitely becoming an edge. Come back in, come back in. And the more you make these edges and layers where things that are in front of each other are actually in front of each other, these are important things, because our brain already knows those rules. So, if you're just drawing lines on something, you're kind of breaking the rules, because you're like, okay, well, this is something, and it's actually, when the jaw is sitting in front of the chin, well, that doesn't make any sense, but that can happen when it's flat. And in some ways, I'm making it a little more stylized. They have to become a little more stylized as they get lower. And the other thing you'll notice is I'm not just dropping everything back to 0, right? The nose hole is less deep than the eye hole. And I'm also not just coming in and cutting circles. I'll use SK Twist and give myself a lip, but I haven't lost the surface continuity of that because of that. So, do you see how much clearer that is? Because it's reflecting layers. Well, I mean, these are blurry too. I mean, this is a low-res model. But they just reflect different. Actually, here, I'll just do the pocket. This is the best way to show this, I think. Append. No, that's what remember, Henry, remember I had these models already made? We need to find these again. These example models. So I don't have to actually so I don't have to re-sculpt these every time. Not necessarily for right now, but we need to have a demo folder so I can just pull these out and show. So if we're doing a sculpt, right, and I say don't draw on your surfaces, what I mean is this. If you are just taking and we're making a pocket. Oh, look, it's a pocket. And then you take this and you go like that. You have a pocket. So what we have actually done here, right, is we have taken this one surface and we have broken it up in one surface. And you're like, well, of course that's what you did, Tomas. That's what we're doing. Okay, hold on. Let me duplicate this. I'm going to go W. I'm going to drag this over. Let's turn this one on. Drag this over. I am going to go boop and use my projection tool just so we have the exact same pocket. Whoa! We also have a history state. So if you have history states, projection is a projection brush, so it will come on, it kind of looks like a pocket. So right, it's trying to project to the right. So you just have to make sure that this is either. So to get rid of a history state you don't know where it is, just touch on a square, turn it off, and now there is no history state. And now I'm just going to come in and do this, and then we're going to go W, and we're going to drag U over, and now we're going to come back to U, and we are going to go project, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do one more. If I was smart, I'd just use this one again, duplicate it, and now we could have 6. Okay, fine. I guess I just answered my own question. Boom. Delete. No. Delete. Delete. Duplicate. W. Oop. Go back to you. Project. Okay. So I have these 6 pockets. And so now you're like, but Tomas, that's what we're supposed to be doing. Okay. Nope. Okay, flip. And I want to mask this off. And we're going to drag you up. And then I'm going to W. And I'm going to mask you off. W. And then I'm going to mask you off. All right. And now we're just going to do an even more extreme. I wish I would have made these square so masking would be easy. See, I always do the same thing, don't I? I make demos far harder than I should. But if you don't know or haven't seen me do this, I think this is an important thing to see. As Ash is like, why do you always use this thing? This sucks. Hold on. Stop that tab. All right, fine. Mask glass is probably a much easier way of doing this, Tomas. I'm dumb. Okay. Stop it. All right. So here we go. Let's look at these top 3 things. If you hadn't seen me do that, can you really tell the difference in these 3 things? Let's turn something highly reflective on. It's reflecting as one plane. Even though these are deep. That's really deep information. But guess what? It's reflecting as one plane. Even there, look, it's reflecting as one plane. The only reason you can see it is because there's a little darker line there. Right? I mean, but from way back here, you know, one's slightly darker, but that's not giving me any real information, right? You're like, I can tell the difference. You better be. That's hugely dramatic. But now if I come back in here, and I do this, why aren't you giving... No, I guess I was on the wrong... I'm going to turn you on just so I can see my pocket. Da-da-da-da. And I'm still trying to keep this fairly flat. In my real demo, these are all smooth. So this is going to look more dramatic because it has texture, which is another part of this point. But or planar. Dun, dun, dun. Change size, damn it. Give me some line indicators here. All right. And now we're going to do this. And then I'm going to do this. Planar lines. Okay. And then real quickly, give me planar. Okay. And so then for our final beast, we're going to do this. And we're going to do this. Boom, 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 boom. Hmm. Hmm. And then I need to grab you. Oh, I'll go back to you. Grab you. And let's make this really low. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. There. Boom. And I'm going to make this super flat. Right? Okay. Turn you off. Let's go back to gold. And these have absolutely no linear detail. And from a very far away, we can kind of tell what's going on. And as we move them around, they have a visual story based on light. Which one reflects better? All right. Right? So, and I mean, it can be done also very quickly like this. Just to show you that it, how, right? There's no masking on that. That is literally the tone difference. Just, I have aggressive peg leg syndrome. So, right, you can see that just by reflection, we're getting different values because light is reflecting off of the surface differently. And as we move around, that changes. Oh, look, the middle one's brighter. Oh, look, the bottom one's brighter. Oh, look, the top one's brighter. So if you are sculpting in planes, you're dealing with reflective surfaces and how they, all of this is light. Now, this is all pretty dramatic, right? You're like, oh, well, that's really dramatic, Tomas. Of course that looks of course that looks more interesting because it's really dramatic. Well, watch this magic. I'm going to make this almost nothing. But look, okay, maybe that was a little too much of nothing. Getting really clever there, Tomas. They got to at least have enough angle to have difference. Right? But you can see that even there, the subtleties are there where these are reflecting at different tones. And then you add sculpted on top of that. You can use texture, shape, and reflection to really pop that off. Okay, it's a lousy pocket. I get it. But look how different it is. Right? You know, so it's like, here, let's bring it down to at least the height of the one we have over there. That proves the point. Oop. So that's now lower than that one by quite a bit. Still much more dramatic in the reflection than this, which is just a surface. These have no lines cut in them, right? So sculpting in reflective surfacing is, all sculpting is just controlling reflective surfaces. I don't care if you're doing it for games. I don't care if you're doing it for whatever. You know, it's how the light reacts to these objects. That's for the Wheelchair Olympics. You got to be able to like do some real hefty contour surface. So does that make sense? So as you're sculpting, you want to start thinking about this, right? So we're here, and I want to start thinking about how these are going to start reacting to light. And so then it's not just planes, it's, okay, well, if that's scooping that way, what happens if I take this surface and instead of it being concave, we make it convex? And it's going to reflect differently at different angles. And this is how, when you have something really tiny and it moves around, you just get those little flashes. And that's all you need, because now someone's going to be like, oh, what's that? And now you look. No, hell no. If you weren't doing that, I'd be bored. So that's what I'm doing right now, is I'm going back through and figuring out what kind of reflective surfaces that it can make to make this an interesting object. Right on, see? And so since, you know, we're looking at that, when I start making decisions, so that sort of scoop, chances are I'm going to come back in and make this going this way. And then that way, these two things reflect differently. So then, as it's moving around on your finger, you're going to get completely different kinds of reflection. So not only just layers, but, you know, if we make this half round out, and then we compound it into a scoop in, that's going to have a much more reflective profile, right? And as we're moving, see how you get motion from those two curves interacting? And so as we go this way, see how it's traveling along those curves and the contours on the nose area? So that makes a surface interesting as it's moving around. So when I say sculpt in layers, I'm going to start approaching my base model this way, where I am now evaluating how these surfaces are going to interact, and how can I make them more dynamic by thinking about them as reflective surfaces and not just another detail. Because a lot of things, when they have paint, you know, you can come in and do this all day and it's going to look great after you painted it, because the paint does what's, you're giving it artificial layers. You're painting the depth in, where in manufacturing we can't do that. We actually need the object to do those things, and in turn, think about them as layers. But see, I'm not really trying to do details yet. I'm trying to figure out layers. And so I'll fiddle futz between a bunch of things until, and this is actually getting too detailed for me right now. Because I showed you that, now I'm trying to get these being interesting, and it's too early for that, right? I'm trying to figure out what my reflective planes are going to do at this point. So we need to go back out to a larger picture. Now, when I'm sculpting pieces, sometimes I will get into details early because I don't really have a vocabulary for the piece yet. And so I will experiment with my details to define a visual vocabulary. And then I will come back in and sort of go from here again. But on this one, we know what the end product is. So I'm not really trying to do a huge redesign. I'm just trying to make it more kinetic as a physical object. Oh my God. Gotta be careful with that. I'll start a fight. It's so funny. I could hear my roommate griping at the dog. Sierra's old, and it's funny. She gets antsy at night, and like she'll walk around on the floors, and it's just like click, 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 click. It's just like ah. Uh-oh. What did you see? What did I do? Oh, right. Boop. Boop. I'm creating a piece of jewelry for a venue, and that venue owns that Bored Ape. That's what started the NFT thing. Was I accidentally pushed Z and then So my question about that is no, I didn't read that, because most of the time when these things get hacked, they send like a recovery email or something like that, and they're like, oh, send us your email or whatever. How did they get hacked? Do you know? because, like, I think I heard a statistic that, like, yeah. But it wasn't, I mean, like, Bored Ape Yacht Club doesn't have other people's wallet keys, do they? I mean, you have to relinquish a wallet key, don't you? Right. Because usually it's right. But you have to be able to get into that wallet. And that's pretty much impossible unless you give away your key, right? You have it stored on your computer somewhere and you can get your computer hacked, or if you have, let's say, LastPass and you have all your information in LastPass and then you give someone your um yeah. But I mean, I seriously doubt anyone in the world is ever going to guess my master password. I mean, that would be me breaking some rules on how you should store your master password if someone got my master password, right? I mean, it's not like that's something that's easy to hack cold. I'm not saying it can't be done. I mean, let's face it. Yeah. I firmly believe that anything can be nailed, you know. It's sort of like safes. Safes, there's not one safe that claims to be uncrackable. Safes are rated in how long it takes to crack. And then it's your job to have a an alarm system that's going to get them there before um yeah, I'll just make you another one. I like how now I'm like the huge NFT advocate somehow. Boom, 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 boom. Get quiet out there. Oh, yes, decentralized wallets do have very real concerns, but I mean, it can be argued that so does your bank account. You know, like I love the guy who lost his wallet and he lost like like $1.3 million worth of cryptocurrency or whatever, and you're like, yeah, but I mean, to be fair, how many times do people give away hundreds of thousands of dollars to phone scams or whatever. I mean, I don't know that it's any more or less dangerous than your bank account per se. you know well, I'll tell you what, you say that, but I mean, I'm very, very familiar with someone who gave $170,000 to a scammer, and there's no way to recover that. They're not, the bank's like, you gave it away. I mean, and so a lot of these hacks, quote unquote, in the decentralization is just people giving away their code. So I mean, it's the same thing as an Indian call center convincing an old person that they need to send them their money. I think at the end of the day, most of the security still comes down to human weakness, not necessarily the technology weakness. I mean, and of course, there are technological weaknesses. I'm not defending anything as a, this was an end all be all. I just see people losing their money every day, losing their cash, losing their cars, losing, I mean, because now theft is very romantic, I guess. I don't know. I just think that all of that's losable in whatever format it is. So, yeah, I don't think there are many banks that are. I mean, of course, credit card fraud and stuff like that. Yes, you can get. If someone charged something on your credit card, you can get that back. But I'm sure there are certain circumstances in crypto that if it's done X, Y, or Z, you can get that back. I mean, maybe, because fraud was proven through this agency, so that agency provides the insurance of it or whatever. But, like I said, at the end of the day, it really comes down to how safe are you with your wallet, because, so many of these scams are, oh, I got a letter from Bored Ape Yacht Club and they need my email, or, oh, there was a security breach, change your email. And if you do it, you're now giving them your new passcode or whatever. So I think so much of what we consider hacking isn't that somebody went in and hacked them. It was they convinced someone to break their own security protocols. But what do I know? I mean, I could be completely wrong on that. I'm a sculptor, man. I don't know. Oh, damn it. I'm sorry. It was so funny. Henry and I talked about this the other day, and then in my brain I was like, "Oh, I need I need to update it a little," and then I just totally forgot. Henry, will you please post a link of the UI here? So yeah, because I'm a jackass. I'm sorry. I'm myopic OCD, and if it's not in front of me, I forget it. And it was as easy as that right there. But I apologize, because yes, I am probably as bad as your wife. I would make wagers I'm worse. Because, like I said, if it's not directly, what's fun? I mean, I took the steps to try to do it. I talked to Henry about it. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought his thing was today. Right? Man, I miss everything. I actually want to see that. Yet again, if it's not in front of me, I forget about it. Yeah. Do, 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 do. Now, it's really funny because all of this conversation and all this being said, I do not own one penny of cryptocurrency and I don't own an NFT. So um, I have no idea. When you say cold wallet, you mean like your wallet's on your on a USB, and then you actually physically have that USB like in a safety deposit box or something like that, so that way it's untouchable. Yeah. I know one. I don't own any. And it's just because when all of this started going off, I was living up on the farm. I surely didn't have extra money to invest in like some new dingalingy thingy, but um yeah, no, it's funny. But all of that is going to change here soon, I guess. I in doing some of the work for my friend's um, gallery, he's like, "Oh well, you know, the membership thing is this thing or whatever." So we'll see. Yeah. I can't say this though. During NFT LA, which was this huge NFT festival here in LA, I witnessed. So I guess there were some big auctions affiliated with it, and I sat in the VIP room of this place, and I watched a young man. I mean, if he was 30, I'd be surprised, but you know, he's a young guy, and he was sitting there, and these three guys came up, or these two guys came up, and he goes, "Okay, so here's the smart contract. We're each committing um, $500 million to this auction, and then that way we can get this thing." So they had $1.5 billion worth between the three of them, a smart contract for $1.5 billion for a single. Well, I don't know if it's a single auction or if it was a bidding pool that they agreed that they would pitch in and buy. And so they left, and then three guys came in, and he's like, "Okay, so here's the smart contract. We each agreed to spend $250 million on this thing." So I saw a guy sit there and with contracts commit to almost $750 million in auctioning. And I have an odd feeling if that were just a really wacky, loose unsafe situation, I would hope that he would have his stuff in a more secure room. I mean, he seemed pretty confident about it. And I'll tell you, he did not like banking. I mean, he had some very, because, of course, when I see something like that, I'm like, what are you doing? Of course, I asked about it. I mean, yeah, I don't know. They seem pretty confident with ungodly amounts of money in it. So there's got to be some way that, they feel confident enough that they're not going to lose their, and I'm not talking about losing the investment. I just mean somehow or another, he's doing business with those kind of numbers, with these smart contracts and such. So, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. Something's going on there. Yep, I did. I'm at the house. This is my art and my toys and my computer and my microphone. Yeah. I saw. Did you see the there's a like a Netflix documentary about that, and they're like, I don't believe he's dead. Yeah, now that's crazy. But at the same time, once again, that's just really bad management. And I mean, there's a lot of stuff like, I guess that he couldn't pay the debt, or people were calling in their things and he froze the market, sort of thing. And it wasn't just like, oh, that was an accident. I think he was hedging his bets on that one. I think. Oh yeah, I'm completely stuck. I mean, at the end of the day, what it really comes down to is, if you're not paying a lot of attention all of the time, anything you own can be taken. I mean, I was in Thailand and my storage unit got stolen, and I lost ungodly amounts of money in that because they stole my tools, and they stole. And my tools, I had a 52-foot trailer full of tools for my crew kit. So, that was like 700 and almost $800,000 worth of tools. That was just tools. I lost art. And none of that's replaceable. And that was just because the guy who owned the place was the guy who was renting, or who was using the storage unit next to mine, and he saw my storage unit and he decided he wanted it. And they cut the locks. They said I hadn't paid my bill. They sold everything. While I was in Thailand, I was gone, and he knew I was gone because, of course, he was asking all kinds of questions. And you're like, oh, he's the guy who owns the place. It's not like he's gonna nope. When people covet stuff, they're going to try to take it one way or another. If they're scumbags. And let's face it, there are plenty of scumbags. Yeah, and really the only custom settings with the clay tubes I do is I change my roll distance stuff. So if you turn lazy mouse on, I take my lazy step to 0.003, smooth to 8, roll distance 10, lazy radius 30. And then I turn it off, and it just makes the brush less chattery than just a straight. And that is the only thing that I changed different between this. So it was just a few settings. And that's just so if you notice the clay tubes the standard clay tubes, my strokes are really smooth, and you can get that, like, where it looks like it's a bunch of squares going after one another. So I just changed my roll distance and the smoothing stuff so my strokes are smooth. It wasn't a big change, but I was tired of changing it every time I opened, so. Das ist, what I did. Well, yeah, I mean, as many as you have that are good, I mean, I think that's really it. No, you're not allowed to go to sleep yet. It's still early. Were we arguing about NFTs? I don't think so. And I mean, honestly, the real issue is NFTs are part of Web 3.0. I don't think we're ever getting rid of NFTs at this point. It's just, how are they used, and how can we make them, like, more environmentally sound? I think those are the real questions, because I don't know that NFTs are ever going to go anywhere now. I mean, in our time, I think that's now just part of the world. No, I'm like, why is my resolution garbage? It's because my resolution's garbage. Come on, give me my resolution. There we go. See, so your day's just starting. You got plenty of time. What part of South Africa? I think Furio lives in Cape Town, doesn't he? I love that guy. He's awesome. Pretoria, nice. I went to South Africa when I was a little kid, but it was a much more volatile situation in, the mid-'80s. I remember enjoying it. There's some very beautiful places there. quiet. What's going on out there? Is it? I think that could be argued that crime's pretty bad in a lot of places. I'm not even going to respond to that. Obviously, you haven't visited Tijuana lately. Where's the lazy mouse button? Well, I have my lazy mouse menu kind of just dragged over here, and I leave it here. But so I keep it on my interface, but it's not really part of my interface. It's just floating. I just left a space for it when I made my interface, so I can set it there. And then I also have a space for this. Enable control bar. Boop, boop. Where's my control bar? There it is. And so, see, I left a place for the control bar for the for where I can draw on the thing during critiques. Did he just tell you how to get it? I see how you are. But you can ask him. I did try. Don't do it again. It'll mark you as spam and kick you. You're like, oh, let's see, sneaky. Sneaky. You know, I think you can get it if you send him a copy of your speed tests. I think that's the easiest way to get the interface from what I understand. Ooh, we have another cable technician coming tomorrow. I'm going to get this sorted out. As soon as they just buy me a new router, I think that's really the issue. Yeah, but I wouldn't need the Mocha box if I had a real router. You know, that's like, well, it's because you glued that fin on the side of it. Yeah, but if I didn't need a box that had to have a fin glued to the side of it, then guess what? Yeah, no, it's horrifying. Yeah. Neither have their consumer providers, ding-dongs. I'll tell you what, you know, I've been told by a number of women that I have no idea what being gaslit is because I'm male. I'm like, have you ever dealt with any cable company in the world? That's all they do. Well, obviously it's on your end. I'm like, no. Dude, I am not dumb. It's so funny. Today I actually got 21 and 23. I'm like, of course, the day it comes out, everything's fixed again. I'm like, see, I think you're all just gating me. You're like... Like, I don't know. Right, exactly. Yeah, it's professional gaslighting. We can now call it fiber lighting. Oh, you got fiber lit. Sorry about that. But yeah, I mean, it's a class action lawsuit against them, so I don't think they really can say that they don't do it. I'm like, oh, really? So you don't lie about your internet speed? So what's this class action lawsuit about? Like, well, you can just go to a different service provider if you have a problem with it. I'm like, no, I can't. You're the only service provider who provides service in my area that'll give me more than a 35 gig upload or 35 megabyte upload. I know they know that, jerks. I just don't think people are as persistent as I am. What's that? I mean, most people are just like, all right, well, I just don't. I'm like, oh, hell no. No, 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 no. If I can't get away with it in my work, I'm not going to let you get away with it from your work, you know? I think that's legitimate, you know? It's like, okay, well, if I can get away with telling a client that, no, you didn't really want this in 24 karat gold, and I didn't bill you for 24 karat gold, but I gave you a silver ring, you should be happy. It says 24 karat gold on the ring. What? I guess I got my last little rep in trouble. It's just don't tell me you. Well, the thing that makes me nuts. Hey, hello, China. How we doing? Hola, ciao tutti. The thing that makes me nuts is when someone who is, you know, a technical rep, and then they say things that aren't true. You know, it's like, I know that your router is blue. And you're like, no. You know, I had the one guy who was in charge of the technical thing when, so this all started when the guy came out to install, you know, the fiber or to install cable with, and then he realized that fiber hadn't been run to the house, right? And so he just went home. He didn't tell me that he showed up. They didn't tell me to stop waiting. They didn't tell me that that needed to happen. And so I sat there all day waiting. And then when I found out that he had come and left and didn't even bother knocking on my door, I kind of lost my mind. I was like, no. And so then they told me, well, these guys have to come and, you know, do it from the street to the house. Okay, fine. I want you to know that I'm pissed at you because you didn't tell me that, so I sat around waiting instead of doing stuff. But okay, fine. You know, I'm reasonable. It's not a big deal. I get it. It's not my house. You can't turn it on. Fair enough. You know, okay. And then they sent a third. They hire someone to do that. It's not, you know, it's not them. And so they came out and, you know, they were out first thing in the morning. I mean, literally, they were here like 7:45. And they got it done. And they were like, you know, just call them and tell them that it's there. And, you know, we know that there's a technician right around the corner. He can just come over and, you know, do it for you. And I called and they were like, well, no, it's not installed yet. And I'm like, no, it is. And they're like, no, see, here it says it's not. And I'm like, I'm standing here looking at the box. It is. And they're like, no, it's not. So after fighting with someone who knew nothing and could do nothing, I finally got to a manager. And he was like, well, no, it says, we use a third party, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I know for a fact they've called it into you. I sat there and listened to them call you. He's like, no, it's not. You must have seen someone else do something else, because like literally right here it says it hasn't been done. I'm like, I literally saw him do this. He told me to call you. No, that couldn't have happened. And I'm like, oh my God, you're making me nuts. And then he actually goes, I know for a fact it's not installed. And I lost my mind. I mean, I was really patient and calm up to that point. And I lost it. I was like, really? I was like, then get in your fucking car, get down here if you know for a fact. I was like, you don't know crap. I was like, here, where's your cell phone number? I'm going to text you some pictures and tell me if that's for a fact. Yeah, he got an earful. And then I called his boss. I was like, I don't care. You all tell me who this person is. And they're like, well, we need to. I'm like, you don't understand. I am going to yell at you so much. I'm going to say horrible words and you're going to hang up on me. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to call you right back. I was like, send me to someone who can actually do something, because I'm way past the point of going through, hey, have you unplugged your cable box? I'm like, I'm going to kill you. It's they sent me to his boss, and I explained to them that he told me that he knows for a fact. And I'm like, until you send someone over here right now, I was like, send it right now. I don't care who it is. And you tell me, they don't have to do anything. They just have to drive by and look at this box and tell me they know for a fact that that box isn't attached to my house yet. And he was like, well, I'm like, no, I don't care what your thing says. I was like, I told him this, I told you this, and now it's later in the day and this isn't going to happen. And it's because you're a bunch of jerks. And so I got 4 months free cable because of that incident. And then it's just been chaos. We had the 1 gig and then we upgraded to the 2 gig, and 2 gig has just been a nightmare. And that poor girl told me she knew it, and I lost it again. I was like, obviously, I was like, so this is just a simple yes or no question. You think that number, that speed test on the router, is what I'm getting out of the router? She's like, yes. And I'm like, okay, you and I have absolutely nothing else to say to each other. I was like, you don't know what you're talking about, and you're making me crazy because you don't know what you're talking about. She's like, well, I'm sorry that you think you know. I'm like, no. See, you misunderstand. I do know. And you obviously do not. And you're taking one for the team or whatever you're doing, but you have no idea what you are talking about. So you need to put me onto your manager, because really, you and I have nothing else to say to each other. And I asked the manager, I was like, so before you and I talk, I need to know one thing. Do you think that number, because I like, if you do, you and I have nothing to talk about, and you need to send me to someone. And she was like, no, that's totally true. Why? And I was like, well, the ding dong before you. And she was like, oh yeah, that's not true. I guess we need to educate her. I was like, yeah, you need to educate her in a big way. And the problem is you need to educate all of them if they're going to say they know. Just tell me you don't know. Saying I don't know, that's a perfectly legitimate answer. I don't expect everyone to know everything. I don't know most things. But don't tell me you do know when you don't, and that I'm wrong. It's like, man, I'm one of the few people on the planet that has absolutely no problems about being wrong. You know what I mean? My ego isn't tied into being right. And things that I think I know, I'm more than willing to change my mind if someone says, hey, Tomas, look. I'm like, oh, okay. Fair enough. I've been sharing erroneous information, sorry. But, oh my God, that drives me nuts. But we got them this time. Because the 1 gig working and the 2 gig being crap means it ain't my machine. So now, yeah, no, we know. It's not a mystery. I'm like, every technician that comes, this is what I told her. I was like, I'm just going to say this. We know what the problem is. It's like, You all have a garbage router. It's garbage. Everybody knows it. Every technician knows it. It's garbage. You all have purchased a 1 gig router that you have jimmy rigged into, a pseudo 2 gig router. It's like, just if you can't provide the service, then, just don't. But if you do, and, I was like talking about the speed test, and I was like, this is 16, or it was 13 and 11. And she's like, well, those are really good speeds. I was like, for 1 gig service, I'm like, I'm not, if I have a 40 meg service and I'm getting 11 megs, you're not going to be like, oh, well, that's pretty good. It's like, yeah. I'm like, if it were 1501, I'd be angry about it, but I'm getting closer to 2 gig than 1 gig. When I'm getting less than 1 gig, man, no, that's not okay. And you're all crazy if you think I'm going to pay you for this. But it's now the official Tomas Isn't Crazy trip. Oh, no, they won't. Yeah, no, good luck. You explain to me how that works then. Because I have a lot of speed tests showing that the 1 gig has been consistent. If I purchase your $1,000 package, will I get what I need to learn ZBrush for jewelry design? I have already spent a ton of cash getting this whole thing set up, so I'm down. Yes. What did you say? Don't watch our videos? Is that what you're saying? The what trial? Oh, they're showing that? Oh, that's tragic. Yeah. I was like, what are you saying? Don't. I'm like, dude, what is going on? Oh, I didn't pay that much attention. I'm just glancing. Yes. And it's a lifetime membership, so we add videos all the time, so it's a constant thing. And we have office hours on Tuesdays, so if you ever have a question, you can bring any of your issues into the office hours. So it's sort of like this, except it's only our students, and it's for anything you need. And then we do crits that are for the students, and then we have the Discord channel. And the Discord part, or the ZBJW Discord section of this Discord, we have a lot of our students and clients and stuff there who answer a bunch of questions. So, yeah, I think it is a one-stop shop for actually learning how to not just design, but how to manufacture. There's so many people who are part of the business in the class that, you get real answers to real questions as far as like how things go and happen and blah, blah, blah. I would say, yes, indeed. That's why I made it. So it is a one-stop shop for, and, we're accessible. I mean, we're on Discord and office hours, and I mean on Tuesdays, like I give up a day a week for this stuff. I mean I go from 11 to 5, so whatever time zone you're in, It is true, you do get to harass me many more days of the week. And what's funny is and then he harasses me, and then and I'll say this, and actually this is pretty awesome. I don't think we've had any real serious complaints lodged to us about anything. Not that I can remember. And I'd be honest about that. So, and I think that's good. To me, that seems good. To me, that sounds awesome. Because if you had any idea how much grief Frontier is getting from me, I know they're just like, oh my God, will you just go away? I'm like, no, actually, I won't. So are you going to be around in the morning? Or are you going to be busy? Okay. Well, I'm assuming that the cable guy's got to be here earlier than. Uh-huh. Like what I have my setup. Well, the thing to know about it is it cost about $380 for me to take my bag, my, you know, and it takes, yeah, you have a 80, 85 pound, because it's 60 and the Pelican's just under 20. Right. Yeah, you have. Okay, hold on. My AirPods are dying. I need to switch. Hold on. I'll be back. Yeah, and you can't buy those. So hold on. I'm going to lose my sound stuff. Boop. Well, I mean, you can probably still hear me, but so we know that AirPods last, wow, about 3 hours and 40 minutes. I don't know if they were fully charged. Hold on, let me get that. And that. Awesome sauce. So that means I need to change this to. Is it this one I need to change? No, that's on that. Hold on, is that working? Okay. Now to hear you, I need to change Discord, correct? Yes.
Yeah, and then make sure it's showing up in OBS.
All right, hold on. So New mention thing out of the way, you. Okay, hold on. Twitch streaming channel. No. So we learned an important thing. Output device. Right. That's exactly what we learned. Okay, so you can hear me, I can hear you. And you were kidding me. So you all think I've just been talking to myself? No, that's really funny. Wow. Okay. Nope, they discontinued them. That's a good call. The new Mobile Studio Pros are nice. Right. Yeah, no, I've liked both of my Mobile Studio Pros. Yeah. Well, I never use it with a battery. I mean, I just always assumed that that oh my god, that is so funny that they didn't hear you. That I was just sitting there just chatting away to myself. They're just like, what is going on with him? Tomas has lost it again. Yeah, no. I have this business partner, Henry. They're like, sure you do, buddy. He's Snuffleupagus. He's really cool. He's like a huge elephant with It was so funny. We were doing this one night, and then someone texted me, or I can't remember exactly how he reached out. He was like, wow, so yeah, it really takes you a long time to get work done, right? I'm like, you mean because I didn't get something done during the stream? And he was like, yeah, I mean, like, I can't remember who he said, he's like, this person, they really, they get something done during the stream. I'm like, yeah, they're not answering your questions. They're ignoring you. Well, the quiet drives me nuts. Like, I don't. Because I listen to books on tape constantly, so if I don't have sound of some sort going, I start to get unstable. You're like, start? I'm like, yeah, well, kind of. Yeah, well, okay, I don't know that I could really argue that point. I think that might be a futile argument on my part. I really should put a cross marker on this since I'm have a center. That's the wrong direction. Close enough. Stop it. I was thinking, I feel bad for all the people who are used to me streaming until like 2 a.m. Because all the people in like Australia, and we had a lot of people in Iran and well, we had quite a few Armenians. It was interesting. But Henry told me I'm not allowed to do that anymore. Oh, you didn't respond to that? We are, weren't? Isn't that what we decided? No, I was just blaming you. You're like, dude, you gotta be up in the morning. You're not allowed to sleep in. Me calling you and telling you it's time. I'm just saying we're missing a lot of people that we used to get. Because it was always weird. Like, you'd think the night's over, and then it was like 2 o'clock or 1:30. No, it was really later than that, was it? Because we'd usually have like a really slow hour or so. Yeah. It's kind of fascinating. And then we'd always get the young Russian guy who would heckle me. Well, there were like 2 of them. There was like 2 different young Russian guys that would heckle me. One of them was the Blender heckler. And the other one was just like, well, why can't I steal your designs? That's how we do it. Also, will you send me that model when you're done? I really need some new material for my store. Sure, no problem, man. What is the difference between dots, freehand, and stroke? It's just how the brush lays things down. Freehand usually is smoother. Dots is dots. Oh, it's not breaking it up. Wow. Interesting. Okay. I don't even know what dots does anymore. Oh, right. I'm like, it used to leave dots, but of course I set my brushes so it doesn't do that. So that's one particular thing I've tried to get rid of. I was like, it applies, it turns on the roll distance of the stroke, so you get spacing based on your roll distance, but I specifically tried to remove that, so that's why my brush is custom, because I got rid of that garbage. And then drag is, so you can see here I'm stroking a square alpha, and then drag is boom, and you drag out whatever your alpha is. So here, let's go to standard, And then I'm going to, well, here, actually we have things that have alphas. This has an alpha. So you can see stroking, it leaves the pattern. But then if you change this to drag, it just drags out the pattern. So it's literally just how the, and if you use spray, it literally throws the pattern down in different directions and stuff. So it becomes a, yeah, all you do, super easy, is you come over here and see your, oh, this is their custom brush, sorry. This brush actually has lazy mouse in it, so you don't want that. Let's go to clay tubes. Clay tubes! Yeah! Sorry. Clay tubes. The difference is, so come down here and turn lazy mouse on and change these settings to 0.003, lazy smooth 8. Roll distance is usually 10. Why is that turned off? Set your roll distance to 10. I don't know why roll distance is dead on this brush for some reason. And your lazy radius 30. And then turn lazy mouse back off. And then when you stroke, oh, because that has drag on it. So now, let's turn this back on. Oh, look, we have a roll distance now. Drag doesn't have a roll distance because it's not a stroke. So 0.003. For some reason, I usually used to set it to 0.0035. I don't know that means anything at all. For some reason, that's the number I started with. I guess I just got bored and dropped the 5. Lazy smooth is 8. Roll distance 10. Lazy radius 30. And then turn lazy mouse off. And now your stroke will be much smoother. Okay. Are you having any problems about where this model is going so far? Since this is your favorite model. I'll give you some editorial input. Okay. Well, that's damn it, Tomas! What did you do? All those stupid layers and no drawing on the surface. You really screwed that one up. Well, to be fair, we have that model. You can have that model. Can you all hear Henry? Well, Claysology, the real key is to just keep doing it. It's just practice. It's just doing it. Thank you. All right, lag's not that long. Tell us if you can hear Henry. You're like, I'm done, I don't care. Yeah, they really can't hear you, can they? Why not? Wow. It's very true, though. It's like people watching this stream must think I am a lunatic. Okay, so what you're talking about is this? Was this what you're talking about? What is this? And how do you get it in your menu like this? This really isn't in my menu. This is just sitting on top of my interface. Same with this. This is my little... So during critiques and stuff, I can draw. This is just a little program that allows me to do that. So neither this nor this are actually part of ZBrush. This is Lazy Nezumi Pro. And it allows you to have... It has a bunch of different... is something here. So it has like a radial. So, you know, you can do it in radius and then... Or a radial. Come on. But the nice thing about this is, unlike radial in ZBrush, where you have to go off of either, you know, a center axis. So like if I want a circle, I can literally just turn it on, pick a circle, drag this, grab it over here, and draw a circle. And it's like, oh, well, that's a circle. You really I want it to match up with that line. Well, I have this, and I can make this any curve I want. You know, well, any radius I want. And then these two are like literal French curves, right? So if I know that I want to get, you know, this curve in, I can kind of do that. Right? And so it's just a French curve. And then this is a 3-point French curve. And you can change, you know, the stroke angle. You can turn this. You can move it. So this is just a 3-point French curve. And then you have radial and spiral, and these have like other little thing here. These have like steps, like so, like you can come in, and this one is hold on, come on, really, oh, like this one has sine waves, so like you want something that has little sine waves, it'll go, and then this one has ellipse triangle, whatever that is. Oh, it's the same thing. It's sort of sine waves, except it's points. And then this one is squares. So like if you want it to make, I just made a mess of that and you can't see it. Like gears. Here, let's get a line tool. Might see it's making like little... I love when they get on top of each other and it just doesn't work. See, gears. But this, in this menu, you can, it's really programmable. It's pretty awesome. But then these are like like this is an isometric tool, right? So you can, right? But what's cool about this is that you can come in, and let's say that I know that I want this angle, and so I can have it on both sides, so I can go like this, and I know that it's going to be on either side. But since I have radial symmetry, nope, wrong one. Come on. You can line that one up, and then you can... Oh, I have a setting weird. Rotate. I have these locked somehow. It also has ticks on them, so like you can do some measurement stuff with it. This one is a force perspective, right? So, you know, you can have your isometric perspective. And then this one is fisheye perspective. Come on. Fisheye perspective, right? So you have, and then you have the lines going in the other direction. And you see, you can change all your radiuses and stuff. And then this was vanishing point, right? Yeah. And then you hit Alt and you can change which one you're using, like what direction. So they're really, really useful tools, but really, for the most part, I use circle a lot. And the ovals just so I can draw circles and stuff on the surface. We need menu. Hold on. Let's go back. So each one of these has all these submenus that drop down. These are all the different tools that it does. And then you can assign all of the stuff, and you can program this stuff so it does all kinds of crazy stuff. I'm just using it to draw some lines. Yep. No, it's great. Like this, I like this tool a lot too. This one, you tap it, and the last place you tapped is where it's going to rotate from. So I'm going like, okay, well, and you can see this isn't 90 degrees, right? So I want this to have, you know, the same thing. So now that, and now I want this, and so we're going to take that, twist that, and I want that to be straight, and then I want that to be straight with the same line. So it really allows you to, you know, like this isn't a common line at all. So, you know, so I want it to come in here, and we're going to bend a little. Now I'm going to make that a straight line, and I want this to be this line, and I want that to be at the same angle. And, you know, let's say, let's go back here, and I want to match this line. I want this line to be the same angle as this line. So it's a really good way of just laying stuff out. It's awesome. Yeah, I think everybody should own this tool. ZBrush and this tool are super, super important together, I think. Henry, on the other hand, doesn't agree. He's saying that right now. He says this is a dumb tool. We both can play that game. What? How can you not? I don't draw circles. Anytime you draw a circle that isn't in the center of something, and I do that a lot. I mean, no, I found it. I find it invaluable. And what's really funny is like I'll sit there and do stuff, and I'm like, if I had just, I could have just used Lazy Nizumi to make that easy. I don't think I use it enough. I always forget it does stuff. And every time I see it demoed, I'm like, oh, I could use that for that. And then when I'm doing it, I never think of that. I was like, yeah, sure. That'd be great one day. Because let's face it. I mean, I have a good eye. I'm actually really surprised sometimes by how good my eye actually is. Where, like, I'll draw lines and then I'll use that. And I'm like, wow, you know what? That's pretty dead on. But to be fair, I spend a lot of time critiquing work. I think I critique more than most people do. And critiquing really makes you try to see things, if that makes sense. Because it's so funny. I'll never forget, there was like this anchor that someone had done, and during the whole critique, I'm like, there's something that's off, and then like when I started to end it, I was like, oh, there it is. And you know, because remember, like the point was pointing in the wrong direction, and how he had the thing, it was like two V's instead of the anchor shape, and it was really subtle, but it really, trying to see the subtlety of stuff. Because, I mean, how many times I'm like, oh, this is an incredible model. I don't really have much to say about it. And then it's like, oh, no, but this, it's like, my brain's like, nope, there's something there that's bothering you, man. Henry said that I should never critique his work because he's too perfect. That was. I remember. I was like, wow, this is someone I need in my life. No, I think the moment that... Yeah, see, here we go. People are just hearing one half of this conversation. Oh, man. All right, we'll fix that for next week. I don't know what happened. I thought I had them set the same. Okay, well. It was to the AirPods. I don't know. I thought it, whatever. Whatever it was, I know that obviously I didn't do it, so. This one is definitely on my back, I'm sure. I can't blame Discord or OBS for just coming in and changing things this time. I think it's pretty soundly my issue. Well, we have, I mean, what's a beginner, first of all? For vids, that's a whole different thing. But my tips for beginners are pretty consistent, and that is sculpt. Sculpt a lot. Just sit and work and sculpt, because you'll never get better if you're not putting in the man hours. And I've said that, and people have gone, I don't know what you're talking about. I put at least 4 hours a week in. And just so you know, that's not working. That's not working at all. The other thing I would say is copy. And what I mean by copy is find something that you have a reference for, and preferably a photo reference, because you can put it up there. You can import the image, and then you can actually compare what you have compared to the object, or what you're trying to copy. And then that way you can't get away with, oh, well, that's what I meant it to look like. You have to actually match something. And that's going to teach you how to physicalize. Learn to love ZModeler. It's awesome. I can't tell you how many people have come to my class and been like, I've never even opened ZModeler. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's the greatest. Because, well, and it also depends on what you're trying to do, right? If you're trying to get a job at a gaming house, then watch a lot of videos of people who make models for gaming. Because, like, I'm teaching and showing processes for manufacturing. Whenever I'm building a model, my intention of that model is to leave the computer, go to a printer, and manufacture the part. So what my demands for geometry are completely different than what and how you deal with models for games, which is completely different than how and what the final product is for film. And, so I think those two are much closer together than what you need for manufacturing. But, watch people who are doing what you need to do. And then the other thing is, decide very clearly why you want to do this. Do you want a job? Are you just using it as your artistic outlet? Decide why you're going to do it. Because if you want a job, you have to take it seriously. And to take it seriously, you've got to invest real time. And because if you go on to ArtStation or one of those things, or ZBrush Central or whatever, and you're not as good as the people who are posting in that, then just remember those people are your competition for these jobs. And so, if you're not that good, then you have to practice to become that good, or invent a niche for yourself where you are going to be able to accomplish what you're saying you're going to try to accomplish. And, just be honest with yourself. I think that is a huge deal. I don't know. Did that sound very advice-y? No. Okay. Well, I would actually be surprised, or how many of those people actually don't have jobs. But I was just told that I was demoralizing. So I don't mean it that if you aren't at that level that you should stop doing what you're doing. What I'm saying is that, you just have to, that's what I mean by decide what you want. Because if you want to be in games or films, that's what you need to achieve to, and it's not that, and like Henry said, which all of you heard, obviously, was that only through, no, I was going to make up something just horrible that he said. That, obviously, if you're new to it, you're not going to be that good yet, right? Because you haven't worked at it. So I'm not saying that you have no chances if you're not there. I'm just saying you have to understand that your peers are just that. They're your peers. And so they're the people who are trying for those jobs or have those jobs. And, that, if anything, it should be very empowering, because at least you know what your competition is, right? So you have something to achieve to. And yes, Henry said something about poo-poo heads that I can't repeat. And then, don't get demoralized. If you really want to do it, of course you can do it. Everybody can do it. It just means who puts in the most hours. I've got about 40 hours in, off and on. I'm a tattoo artist. I want to create my own 3D real life models for reference for original tattoos that aren't pics from Google. Sure. Well, I mean, you're really well off because you can take your drawings and realize them, So, that's a big bonus. I would just say, really, it's just, I mean, if you're a tattoo artist, you know how many hours you had to put in to get that craft, and then that there are people who spent, let's say 3 years as apprentices, and, they're okay. I mean, they're good craftsmen, and now they have to work on getting over their craft and becoming artists, And I would argue that it's important to learn your craft, because and that's why I suggest copying. And when I say copy, I mean, okay, I am going to sculpt this today. And, that way, if you only put 2 buttons on top, you're wrong. You can't go, oh, well, that's what I wanted it to look like. No, no, no. You're copying right now. You're not being artistic. So, I would say spend the hours to hone the craft to the point that you can make what's in your mind. I guess and just work. It's all man hours. The people who put in the hours can do it. No one, it's funny. It's like people are like, oh, you're such a natural talent. It's like, well, yeah, no. I mean, it's just, yeah, I'm good at what I do because this is all I've ever done. And people forget that, like, when they're kids, there's some kids that go out and play soccer, and there's some kids that go out and ride their bikes all over their place. And then there are kids that sit in their house and do nothing but draw. And it's not like that kid was a natural talent. Of course there are advantages and disadvantages to everybody. We're not all equal. But, the kid who's inclined to draw is going to sit there and do nothing but draw. So if you're inclined to it, then you're going to get better at it because that's what you do, So I think that it really just comes down to remembering that it is a craft. The technical end of this is a craft. And then what you do with your mind is the art. So don't get bogged down because you're like, oh, my art sucks. If you don't have the craft to accomplish it, then just work on the craft, and then you can start tuning the art. Windows 7? Wow, I would say you have to get an old copy of ZBrush. I don't know if Windows 7 could even run a modern ZBrush. That's something that Henry... Oh, really? 32 bits no longer supported. Crazy. Well, I wouldn't worry about that. I mean, there are plenty of people who... I've had people who were 70 years old who start at ZBrush in my class. Literally. And, he did awesome. Now, he had been doing similar things, and he had been a bench jeweler, so he had some of that there, but it would have been very easy for him to be demoralized and not do it because he was struggling until it clicked at one point, and he's like, oh, I get this now. And so I think we all have a clicking point, so it's just working until you reach that point where you kind of stop thinking about the craft. And let me tell you, that's years. I'm not saying that's going to happen. But, if you... I don't know. In a few months, you should be able to make things, fairly confidently. And then it's just tuning. It's just getting better, Right? Henry agrees with me totally. I love it that you can't hear. I'm going to take advantage of I'm going to take advantage of this all day. I'm never going to get your microphone to work anymore because then you can talk to me and keep me entertained, but I don't have to tell the truth about what you're saying. Oh, I guess you can just type stuff, can't you? Damn, you do have communication options. That really ruins that plan. I thought I had this one beat. I can just say that he gave me his crypto wallet. Oh. You mean I actually need the crypto wallet? Oh. That ruins all my fun. That would be awesome. Nuh-uh, because I would say that I'm awesome. I'm the only awesome. And I bet I'll be the first person to think of that semiotic joke. Philology, baby. Okay. Okay, kind and... What? Are we? I have to do adulting? All right. Okay, I guess I've been told that I need to adult here. We're going to wrap up. And thank you, everyone, for joining. For all of you out there, hit like and subscribe and follow and all those other important things on YouTube, because for YouTube, it's really important for us. And look at ZBrush Jewelry Workshop if you want to learn how to manufacture stuff. Join our Discord. Join Pixelogic's Discord. Please watch other Pixelogic streamers, because many of them are absolutely awesome and can probably help you with things that I cannot help you. I say probably, that's not true. They can definitely help you with things that I can't help you with. You can all feel good about yourself, because within a few hours, you'll probably get a lot farther than I did on any of this. Let's see, what else? Henry, who's Henry? Is that voice? All right, I think that's everybody, or everything. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us, and we'll see you next week. The critique link is up there. You can upload models at any time for us to critique next week. It is always first come, first serve. So you can put models in tonight, and you'll be in line. And I do have a shout out for California DMV. I got my driver's license in like 6 days. It was incredible. I was very impressed with that. It came very fast. They said 2 weeks, and I got it like in less than a week, really. Good for the DMV. Yeah. What? You don't have a link for CEDMV? Come on now. All right. I think that will resolve everything. Next week, we'll get Henry, where you can hear him, because he has so many wonderful things to say. And, yeah. All right. Oh, that's not Discord. Or, I mean, that's not OBS. I'm like trying to find the off button on Discord. There it is. Whoop, whoop. All right, kind and gentle folk, I will see you next week. Please upload models for that critiquing thing. And we'll see you soon. Ciao, ciao.